I don't believe it. It's gonna be up to you, wherever you feel like you're in good.
All right, looks like we're gonna go live here in a minute.
I'm all mashed in.
Is everyone using is it 1 or 2 pounds of milk sugar? 1 pound?
It's 1 pound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, are they?
So I actually reached out to them.
All right.
And I actually said, like, look, like, you know, here's the thing, like, I'm not interested. I wouldn't be.
Would you ask Nick? Do we use what?
Milk sugar? Is everyone using milk sugar?
Yeah.
Yes.
How much?
I can help out.
Pound and a half.
Pound and a half.
Pound and a half.
Brewery, but they're building, they got a new brewery house.
Really?
He
We
actually
can
said
follow directions.
January, we'll see.
Hey, I wasn't sure I added in the recipe.
Yeah, you did.
Acquiring
The first year we did it, we did a 10-gallon batch and we added 2 pounds.
So, like, I teach and do all that stuff on the side, but now it's time.
Right.
I got a day or two, you know, and the nice thing about it is when I'm off, right? Like, especially first time.
Dave, you guys are all mashing for 90?
Right.
Like,
Yes.
you know, much as I would have tried to, I'm not gonna make it to all her games and shit, because it's 2 hours away.
Is she going up here?
Started Cuba.
Okay.
She decided she was. They gave her 28,000. Which is a lot.
Dave, if you can change the name of the live video to like Brew Day or something. Right now it just says Brewtubers personal meeting room.
She's softball volleyball, right?
What up, beer team? That's right. Billy called out. He was brewing. So, you know, I am on right now.
Got me another trouble. But that's not like.
How do I change that?
Imperial Stout.
I'm not sure.
And so I'm on a Zoom call right now. We're all brewing the same beer. We're going to fill a big 55-gallon barrel. But I told Billy that I would do this.
Yeah, she's all in it.
Yeah,
We're actually good. The 2 coaches now, it's T3, so they're you know, they're.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's figure that out and tell me.
Bump it up a little. Like, truthfully, if I could get 2,080.
right there.
It's not. It's really not.
Now we're going to go for it. So, hey, Brewtubers.
I think.
Cheers.
Hey, attaboy, Jerry.
So,
I
A little 930 tree.
what I was actually. And
Oh, I'm
money's not
providing the grains for
all in there, right?
That's what I'm shoving it for. 17.
What kind of beer was that? What beer was that, Jerry?
Hopefully a Jenny Light.
I muted Dave. They just got too much going on over there. If they want to talk, they have to unmute themselves, but I can't hear anyone. There's just too much going on.
By the way, you guys were all just featured in a Chug video.
Nice.
Attaboy.
You
Is that
fucking muted us?
going to be a YouTube? Is that a YouTube short, Jerry, or what?
No, it's for a private Facebook group called the Rochester Shit Bill. Right. It's where the shit show comes guide.
Attaboy.
So one of the other guys in the group is a brewer, and he was brewing last night, and he called me out. So I told him I would get him when I was brewing this morning. And he was like, "Really?
What beer was it?"
That was the Faith Ale from Kelsey Grammer's brewery.
What'd you think of that, Jerry? I've got one in my fridge. It was all right.
It was all right. I mean, it's a pretty generic.
Yeah,
pale ale.
that's what I thought.
The IPA was not as good.
Really? I just got the ale. I didn't get the IPA.
So, well, my parents went out and got it and gave me 2 cans of each, and my dad kept 2 cans, and so I shared one of each of the other ones at a poker night, and I had the other 2 in the fridge, and I was like, you know what? I got a shotgun one, so I might as well do that.
I got to the tops when he was there, the line was snaking through the entire. I was like, I grabbed a 6-pack. I looked over where he was sitting. I saw him. I said, okay, I saw him. That's good. I don't need to meet Kelsey Grammer.
It was kind of a cool little marketing thing, you know?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Nick, are you familiar with that brewery that Kelsey Grammer started?
No, that's pretty funny though.
It's not like in the Catskills. I guess it's an area where
yeah.
he used to vacation when he was younger, and then he wanted to kind of do something in the area to try and revitalize it. So he started a brewery. I don't know how long ago, but they were one of the local grocery stores. They were pushing it up here. They had him in the store to sign autographs when they released it.
Does he do the brewing or no?
No.
He does the owning. He does the money.
He writes the checks.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's why.
But I actually heard him on a radio interview, and he sounds like he knows, a little bit about the brewing process. And I think it might be a farm brewery where they try and use a lot of local ingredients. And
very cool.
and
are the beers any good?
I've only had the American Ale, the Faith Ale, and Jerry said they have an IPA too. That's the only ones I've heard of, but that one, the Faith American Ale is named after his daughter.
Yeah, the IPA I think I gave it a 3 or a 3.25 out of 5. The Pale Ale was a 1/4 point higher for me. So nothing to write home about. Better than your generic macro beers, but hey, it was worth a try.
They all are, Jerry. And then you decide from there if you want to keep trying them. I remember one time I was in line at Treehouse when they were in Monson, and I was like just getting into craft beer. And I remember telling somebody in line, we were chatting, waiting for them to open. I remember going like, my goal, I want to try all the craft beers. And she laughed in my face. And she was like, that's never going to happen. And I was like, I don't know. And then in hindsight, I think she's right. It's never going to happen. and that was like 5 years ago.
Yeah, right.
Think about how breweries have expanded now.
Oh God.
Yeah. So I was looking at my my Untapped year-end stats, and I did a pretty good hurting this year, but no, long way to go to get that number.
And Jerry, that's not even an accurate number, because taking into account all the beers that you haven't checked in, that you've been too drunk or not really cared or forgot or whatever. Like for me, there's so many beers I've had that I haven't checked in.
See, I'm very vigilant even when I'm drinking hard, because that's how I keep track of, I should probably stop at this point.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. What I like to do is, like, if I'm ordering from a brewery, I like to go back and look at my Untapped. It's such a great tool to go back and look to see if I've had the beer.
Right.
And I love how, like, if you're talking to somebody at a brewery and they go like, hey, have you had beer A? You can go, give me a minute. You go into your app and you search. Like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Dave wants to say something. No?
I muted Dave again. There's too much chatter, Dave. When you want to talk, you unmute yourself. Hey, we're live. No fingers. This is a kid show.
Untapped is great for, I was at my mother-in-law's and pulled a beer out of the fridge, and I was like, when was the last time I had this? It was July 2nd of 2014, and it was from the same 12-pack. And so I had it the day after Christmas, and you know what? It was still pretty tasty.
That's amazing. I think with like the malts nowadays are so well modified. The only drop off I feel like you'll have with beers that old is like with the hops. Like even with the Dobell experiment, all the beers except for Dave's had some major level of bitterness drop off.
Okay.
Because we brewed the beers in June. And we don't have preservatives or anything in our beers, so they just sat for 6 months or whatever. So there was quite a bit of bitterness.
Drop off?
Why did the bitterness drop off?
Oh, why didn't it on Dave's?
I mean, it could be that the hops allowed I mean, the yeast allowed the hops to shine a little bit more, maybe.
Okay.
Could be that. That's what's great about these experiments is utilizing a different yeast helps us understand a little bit better. I mean, the beers were all pretty different, to be honest. They were brewed the same, same grist, same hops, and the beers were pretty different, which is pretty cool. It's not my first experiment, but I'm thinking that the hops, and Jerry, the hops on Dave's beer weren't like massive, but there was a little bit of a difference, also, the way it's canned or I don't know, whatever. My beer didn't have a ton of carbonation, so I think the hops dropped off a little bit, and Dave could have brewed it a little bit later than us. I'm not really sure, but it was a cool experiment. I think, and also there's no preservatives in our beer or anything. Whereas like most breweries, between the well-modified malts nowadays and everything else, the beers stick around. I have beers from Trillium that were a year old that just were like absolutely just saturated with hops, just saturated, and I drank them, and it was like I was fresh. Like,
wow.
From a hops perspective, it was like 8 months, but that's because they're hopping them so heavily. It's insane. So it makes sense to me that you said that the beer was like still pretty good, because grains are so well modified now.
It was a Blue Moon agave pale ale.
Oh,
the agave had kind of tailed off a little bit. It was just like a hint there. But I mean, I could have drank a couple of those and it tasted fine. Luckily, I've got one more in her fridge there of that one, so I can wait another 7 years for another science experiment.
I'd be surprised if it was good after another 7 years, to be honest.
It's for science.
If in 2028 you tell me like, listen, Nick, the beer I had it's really good. I might start questioning your ability to taste it.
Oh.
So Jerry, why aren't you with the group?
Well, actually, I emailed the group yesterday and said, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to stay home. Because between my wife and I, we've had direct contact with some people that have tested positive. We've done the rapid test at home and we're negative, but I just don't want to be the Brewtubers pariah and the flashpoint for taking out half the club. So
to be fair, Jerry,
I gotta be honest with you, I don't know if you guys would have fit.
is it getting a little tight?
Tight quarters.
And also, Jerry, let's be honest, it's tight quarters over there, but also we all know Sean Z is the Brewtubers pariah, all right? That dude is a walking germ, all right? So I've stayed with him. We've stayed in the same hotel. He is gross. So I'm just telling you, trust me, you'll never be the Brewtubers.
Hold on a second. This son of a bitch is sitting in his bed at the hotel.
Hey, we're live. This is a kid show. This is a kid show. We're live.
Son of a gun, eating mac and cheese with his mouth like this. like this. And I'm gross. I didn't have any IPAs last night, so I don't have gas yet. But
see,
I did bring some.
He is. You ever see those Mucinex commercials? The green germ. That's Sean. He's a big green germ.
Yeah, I had things all lined up to bring with me, including some stuff for Dave to try since he was a Genesee science experiment the other day with his Risky and Spies. I was going to bring Jenny Bach beer from 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. Ooh. Because here I throw a couple into the cellar and label them. And honestly, the Bach beer from Genesee, 1 year is like the sweet point, the sweet spot for it. And, the old ones aren't bad. Like I had a 2018 Schwartz beer from them the other day when I was running the smoker.
Huh. Yeah, speaking of Genesee, we went when I went to Rochester in July, and I mean, it was fine. I wasn't really impressed by much. I mean, they did a grapefruit blonde or an IPA that I thought was good.
That one was
but all
really
the other
good.
beers, I did like a flight. I did like a 5-beer flight, and I mean, it was fine.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
For a macro
okay.
beer, though, it's not bad.
No, I mean, I understand why you guys like it being local and everything, but and not that I didn't like it. It was fine. You know what I mean? Like I would drink, I'd probably have the beers again, but I wouldn't go searching for them. But I know why, being such a local brewery, why you guys.
Yeah, but they're like they do have some that are good. Finally, like their Oktoberfest is really good. Obviously, the Ruby Red is good. They only do them once a year. You know, they're just getting into the craft market a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and at $10 for a 12-pack,
Yeah,
Tough to beat.
you can't go wrong.
I filled a crowler up. I was going to bring, that was a New England IPA they did. That was really good.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to drink that myself.
The most valuable thing in my truck on the ride here, including my truck, was the beer I was bringing because the fucking craft beer is so expensive.
Well, and the yeast starter.
The yeast starter,
Yeah.
it made it. It made it. It was
You didn't have to
like
hit
the
the
little
brakes
baby in the front seat. I had it in
boy.
a vodka box with towels around it. I'm like, I've been working on that thing for 48 hours. I cannot have an unfortunate breaking incident. Some trucker, some Boston guy pulls out in front of me and I gotta lock him up. So there goes all my hard work.
No, so you got a big truck. You'll be fine.
This
You'll be
thing,
all
by
right.
the way. What kind of
You'll be fine.
Microsoft stupid thing is this? That's Dave's mouse.
No, Dave.
So
It's
Nick, you
early-
said you don't do a starter. You just pitch 2 packs then? Of the
Yeah.
yeast?
Yeah, but I think the move is a starter, to be honest. Because like I said, aside from the first year that we did it,
Yeah.
I'd say that the first year we did it for 5 gallons, we only pitched a pack each. It was a collab. That beer was originally a collab with guys, best friends of mine that got me into the hobby. So they don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But the beer, I've continued brewing the beer because it's such a great grist. Grist
Yeah.
is fantastic. So the past year that we did it, I pitched 2 packs, and we only got down to like 0.34.
Yeah.
And then, and as I mentioned, that's not great. So we let it sit for longer on coffee beans. I think it was for 6 to 8 months, and then we transferred it to a barrel for about 3 or 4 months. And the barrel is where we saw it really
Where it
drop.
dropped.
0.22, yeah.
Yeah.
Which put us in that, I think it was 10.5, 11.5% range, I think. I don't remember what the ABV was on the bottle, but the lowest we've had it, John, has been, I think this is our third time doing it. The lowest we've had it out of the 3 times was the second year. It was like 9.2.
Yeah.
The first year it was in the 10, and then the third year, I think we got it up to, as I mentioned, the 11.5 range. Might have even been 12.1.
Yeah, the yeast pack that I got in my starter went absolutely crazy, and it looks like chunks of cottage cheese are floating in my starter right now. I'm very
Dave's did
happy.
too. Yeah. Dave's did too. That English ale is tried and true, man.
And using the proper starter was so quick and easy.
I love it. I buy that by the case.
I always use at least 7 gallons.
I buy that by the case. I love that.
Yeah, I'll be getting more of that on my next beer-wine order.
Beer-wine, that's right. Also, take a look at, in addition, every now and then, like Northern Brewer runs a sale. It's like 20% off. And so I'll get a case of it for like $60, which is really good.
You can't go wrong because then you don't have to worry about having the dried malt extract sitting around and,
Oh, yeah. Shanzi did it that way. He did it like a goddamn peasant. He was over there with dried malt extract and boiling water, and he was doing, it's like a chemistry experiment. No.
Yeah. Well, I'm just a lowly fireman. I don't have your money, buddy.
Oh yeah, I know. You showed me what you would have made for overtime in Rochester in July. Don't you worry about it. I know what you make.
Hey, if you start seeing smoke coming out, it's just Dave and I doing math over here.
I call Sean Moneybags Egan. That dude makes more money than anyone I've seen. He tried to make me feel guilty in July, showing me what he was going to make for overtime.
I'm just poor. I make a lot of money, but Dave said to me, he goes, "You bought a whole fucking printer just to print those 1-inch by 2-inch labels for your labels?" I'm like, "Yep." I got it used for $75.
See, I do the same thing though. Like I'm the same way. I love the convenience. I'll pay for the convenience. The good news is, Sean, even though you're not the common man, you look like one. So Don't worry about it. People are
Thanks.
gonna
I
believe
wore
it regardless.
I wore sweatpants today
What
because
does
you know I'm a
that have to
slob.
That a boy.
So I think what we're gonna do is.
This is some.
What are
Dave
you
just
guys
took his
doing now?
shoes off to figure this out. So we're trying to figure out how much. So we're gonna pull like I my recipe in my system to fill all that grain called for 9.1 gallons of water, and it's only a 10.5 gallon. So obviously it won't fit, right? So I'm gonna pull 2 gallons off and pull an equal amount of grains out to mash in the cooler.
Why are you guys adding so much water?
The full volume?
Gallons. Eight
Well,
gallons
9
is a
gallons.
lot of water, though.
You said no sparging.
We don't sparge. Like I
Oh,
don't
is that why
sparge.
there's no sparging?
Yeah, I don't sparge. So Brewfather tells me to 9.1 gallons, pull a gallon and a half or so off and use it as
10
top
gallon
off water.
unit.
So I'll do that a lot. I'll pull some off and I do like a mini sparge. But since we have all these, you know, since the end result is the big beer, we just decided in interest of time, we'll mash in the rest of the grains and the rest of the water in that cooler and then re-add the wort back into the kettle for the boil and stuff. I don't know.
What, splitting? Are you splitting the?
Yeah, the pull. It's only going to end up being a couple gallons, I think.
What's your pre-boil volume?
Dave wrote all of my things, so hold on. It's telling me, where is it?
And I know what you mean, Jerry, no sparge, but that's based on me using 2 units. And all I was doing with those 2 units was I was just combining the first runnings and then boiling for 90 minutes.
Well, I'm gonna be super efficient with what I get out of it because I have this little noose hanging here. It's not really a noose.
That a boy.
I got my pulley system set up here in the garage, and I'm gonna squeeze the living shit out of that bag, and then I'm gonna let it just sit there and drip, and just keep tossing it in.
That's a good call. I mean, like I said to Dave, everybody should adapt the recipe for their system. I just thought 9 gallons of strike water is a lot for a 10-gallon all-in-one.
Well, what's
Brandon bitching about?
Who's Brandon? Oh yeah, Dennis's facial hair. I would love to grow a beard to hide my chin.
Oh, is Brandon on the live stream?
Brandon's on the live stream chatting. He's like, you guys aren't checking the chat. Got 5 million different things going on.
I tried to check the chat and I can't figure out how, to be honest.
I don't see anything. Oh wait, I don't see anything on the chat.
You got to go to
It's
YouTube.
the YouTube live
Oh,
chat.
right.
Yeah.
So this live streams on YouTube, and then the video will be available afterwards.
Yeah.
Giddy up, because I'll make sure to fire that off to my
So Nick,
3 follow me. So
my pre-boil volume, according to Brewfather, is going to be 6.5. I mean, of water. Yeah, pre-boil volume of water. That's probably right. Yeah. I boil off about 3.5 gallon an hour. So I just put the recipe in as is and based on your notes, let Brewfather do that. Like you know how you can set the OG and let Brewfather scale the recipe for you. Are you even listening? Okay. I didn't know if you were listening.
Yep.
So it was telling me 9.19 total, 8 gallons of mash. But remember, like I don't have, you know, so I was gonna, you know, the grain will absorb about 3 gallons of water, 2.5 gallons of water. I don't know.
Why push the limits of your system though if you're using a cooler too?
Well, I'm not. So now I won't be. with using the system, we still get the same amount. So I'm only
9 gallons
do,
of strike water with all that grain. I don't think it's gonna fit.
well, that's why I'm taking it out. I'm just heating it up, and then I'm gonna pull it off once it gets to temperature. I'm not gonna put the grain in with that. I'm gonna put the grain in with 7 gallons.
You're gonna put the grain in with what?
7 gallons, but I'm only gonna put 17 pounds of grains and put the other 7 into the cooler.
So that's what I'm saying. Why wouldn't you even it out a little bit more?
Why? Because me and Dave are gonna share a cooler, so it's technically gonna
Have you
be.
maxed out the cooler? Is the cooler maxed out between you and Dave?
It'll be damn close, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. Fair enough.
I don't know. I mean, this is all kind of like, I guess the best case is, you know, it's a cool learning experience for sure.
That's what it's about, baby. That's what it's about.
I'm getting close to being able to smash in here.
How many pounds of grain are on your bill?
25-ish.
Whew.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I'm doing 31 today in the mash and boil.
Jesus Christ. So you want to get it?
Wait a minute, you're getting 31 in the mash and boil?
A reiterative mash. I'm doing 2 mashes.
Oh, okay.
The same
'Cause I'm
ward.
sitting there going, there's no way. That's why I
That's
chose not to.
7.5 gallons. Yeah. So it's,
Yeah, I did
it's a
that.
lot.
I did that for my Scotch ale. It was a pain in the neck.
Yeah.
Double.
I did it
What are
before.
you brewing at?
Imperial Stout.
What, the same one they're doing?
No, I didn't even know they were doing Imperial Stout today. I'm just doing one because I just put my other one on tap. So I need to
gotcha.
put another one in, get one in the hopper for 6 months from now.
Yeah, I've got a stout that I got a keg that is my coffee and cream stout. So
Sounds good.
it's been aged
Damn, that
on
sounds bomb.
bourbon barrel chunks that were soaked in maple syrup at my buddy's maple syrup farm. And then I put 12 ounces of a spiced flavored coffee that nobody liked in my house. So I was like, oh, I'll use it. And then a pound of lactose in an imperial stout base. So I got to keg that, and that'll go on. That'll replace my Black is Beautiful, which is just about ready to kick.
Oh boy. That coffee and cream stout sounds fantastic.
Well, I figured, you know, what do people put in coffee? They like cream with their coffee. So I was like, let's go.
How do you put it in again?
So there was a pound of lactose, and I also used 10 ounces of malted milk.
Malted milk? Where do you even get that?
It's like the powdered version of what's in the middle of Whoppers. You can get it for like cooking and stuff like that.
Yeah, you go back
Oh,
in
that's
time,
brilliant.
go to the 1950s, go to the grocery store.
Yep. And my wife
Yeah.
was like, oh, you know, I use this for a recipe. I don't need it anymore. I'm just going to pitch it. I'm like, no, no, no. So I figured, why not?
Wow, that's brilliant.
We're gonna. Dennis is about to grind, so we're not gonna be able to hear you for a minute.
Wait a minute. You guys are just grinding? Come on.
It's Dennis. No, we're.
Yeah. Mash it at 6 a.m.
Dennis, the only guy that didn't have to move anything is the last one to get ready.
Brew day is going to take them forever.
I got to be home by 4.
Oh, that's not going to happen. I'm sorry, Shawnzy. You guys are going to be brewing all day.
I'll be mashing in 10 minutes.
So where are you guys ordering lunch from?
We didn't get that far.
You better get
Or I
some
just. I got enough beer. I got enough beer on me with me to survive the winter. So I gave Shawnzy
Good for a minute.
yeah. All right, I'm gonna mute you. Mute it.
Good call.
Oh, yeah.
Heat to a boil.
So this is made with that Trident hops that we got from the Kavite experiment.
What's that?
I did a black lager with just the Trident hops because we wanted to see how it would taste.
Oh, wow. How is it?
I'm loving the flavor. There's a lot of like tropical citrusy flavor coming through, even with the roasted malted grains in there. It's a nice balance.
I'm dying to try those hops.
I use this to chug quite often, but you know, how else are you going to kick a keg? You got to keep chugging.
Got to keep going. There are many kegs that I've had on draft that are just. It seems like it's taken forever to kick.
Well, the black is beautiful. I've had on tap for 6 months now. And it's still drinking the same way it did when it came out, which is great. But, you know, I keep thinking, oh, the next pint's going to be the last one. Next pint's going to be the last one. And it just keeps coming. So
I know.
but that's definitely a recipe I'll make again. I really enjoyed the base recipe of that, and got to try it from a bunch of different breweries, which was awesome.
That is awesome.
That was the one that I suggested that Beer and Wine kind of hooked up with doing stuff like that, because that was just such a great project.
I did it with Brooklyn Brew Shop offered a kit with it.
Oh,
I got like a 2 gallon, 2 1-gallon kits, and I did a 2-gallon batch of that.
Gotcha. Mine came from Atlantic Brew Supply down in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And theirs supported the NAACP down there. And then I put it on the bourbon barrel chunks that were soaked in maple syrup. And
Ooh, nice.
flavor on it was just phenomenal. Rising Storm put theirs on Twix bars.
Okay. I threw raspberries in mine. That was pretty good.
Gotcha. Yeah, the Twix bars actually were absolutely phenomenal. I still have a bottle of Mortalis, Black is Beautiful, a couple cans of the Rising Storm in mine, and so I figure to kick the keg, I'll do a tasting of all three, so I can kind of compare.
Yeah.
So, and it'll also give me some more fridge space if I do that too.
That was actually the first all grain batch that I did when I started brewing last year. I did like 2 or 3 extracts, and then I was like, oh, I want to make this, so I ordered it.
Wow,
my efficiency suffered greatly because I wasn't knowing what I was doing.
That's an aggressive beer to start off with. But you know what? Go big or go home.
That's right? Yeah, I think it ended up. I think mine was only about 8.5%, so it's definitely lower than it should have been.
Mine was 9.87 in the end. So,
Nick, you doing real work?
Right this second? Yeah. Got to do something. You know, now that I'm on the live stream, now that apparently I've been live streamed out to the whole world, John.
Yeah, you got to be looking productive.
This way, if you question on whether or not you were working, you can be like, you can see I was working right here.
At my desk.
Right.
Well, this wasn't the way I wanted to get a week off of vacation between Christmas and New Year's, but.
So, any symptoms, or are you just hanging out?
No. Yeah, but my older son tested positive yesterday, and he's been asymptomatic the whole time. But I wanted to see if he could go to basketball game tonight, and I tested him yesterday, and he tested positive. So now we're just waiting for my younger son and my wife to test. They've both been tested negative. I tested them both yesterday. They were both negative, so we'll see. Because, I mean, my quarantine from the county said I have to wait till January 4th, which is next Tuesday, and that's 10 days.
Yeah.
My boss is trying to see, because I'm in healthcare, so she's trying to see if I can come back after 5 or 7.
Well, because
I thought 5 days was CDC regulation.
But
apparently New York State's not adopting that, though.
Yeah, ours hasn't done that yet. So,
okay.
According to that, one of the guys that I was in contact with would be done now, but he's still got days by the state level.
Right. So, yeah, it's been, trying to sleeping on the couch and trying to stay away from everybody. And then my son, I'm like, he woke up yesterday. I was like, come here, let me test you. And like within 3 minutes, I saw the second line. I'm like, oh, crap. And if it goes 10 days, he's going to be out of school all next week.
Oh,
he'll be out of school for 3 weeks in a row. It's like, come on.
I mean, the good news is the weeks are vacation, so he's not missing much. And then
Right.
he'll be
Yeah.
out
Exactly. Right.
My neighbor's kid is out with their 14-week-old pit bull puppy. I was hearing noises. I was like, what am I hearing? And I walked out and looked, and that puppy is just like bouncing around.
Jerry, you're in Fairport?
Yes, sir. I'm on the end of Fairport towards Eastview Mall. I'm like a mile away from Route 96.
Oh, okay.
Do you know where Casa Larga is?
Yeah.
That's a half
Near
mile
there?
from my house. Yeah.
Okay. Were you ever in Uniha or no?
Nope.
No.
Nope. That was one of the things that I always thought about popping into, and just it didn't work with boys and soccer.
Yeah.
That just seemed to be during soccer time every time, and never popped in there. But that's how I ended up finding these guys. So
Yeah. One of the guys in the club lives right over by you. He's the CFO at Jenny. He's got a sweet setup in his house. I went over and brewed with him one day. Oh, awesome setup.
I'm going to assume that he's over in Vineyard Hill then.
He's right by Woodcliff. It's right off of Woodcliff Drive or something.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
That neighborhood actually backs up to mine.
That's what you kind of figured. Yeah. When you were saying where you were.
Who did we lose?
We lost Eric. Jerry, you look like you're freezing your balls off.
Well,
I know.
it's because I turned off the heat source, so that's okay. It's the feeling of making beer and also making money. I've got a miner up in the rafters of my garage here, so I'm doing a little cryptocurrency mining here while I'm standing here as well. You just didn't know it.
Attaboy. I love how Jerry's doing the old man dad back and forth routine when you're like freezing. He's moving back and forth.
I can do the safety dance too.
I went over to my buddy's house like months ago to have some beers, and he put on some song on YouTube, and I was doing that motion back and forth. He goes, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, one, I like this song. Two, I have a 2-year-old that I hold constantly, and that's just like
I'm always in motion."
Yeah, by proxy, that's the move. It's just to rock back and forth.
Oh yeah.
He's like, "That's not dancing." I go, "Right, that's being a dad." They're
That's right.
different things.
Yeah. So it's 38 degrees out here right now.
What did you say, Jerry?
I was just
38 degrees. It's like a tropical.
it's
paradise.
chilly.
It's 45 here, which I'm very excited about.
Ooh, we're supposed to hit 50s next couple.
I
days.
know, I
Like,
heard.
warm up.
So,
Ooh.
and I was like, it's not going to be that bad of a day outside. But I've got my my Brewtubers T-shirt on underneath. But I was like, I'm not standing out there in a T-shirt.
I should have put my
I mean,
Dave
if you
shirt
were,
on.
Jerry, if you were committed to the brand, you would, because that'd be good promotion for folks watching to buy the shirt for $50.
There you
So
go.
for anybody watching, this Brewtuber shirt, it's rare. It was a one-off for all the inaugural members, and Jerry was an inaugural member, so he got the shirt. And now, if you want to buy one, since we've been in existence for a year, you can go on brewtubers.com in the shop, and it's $50. Now that is commitment to the brand, Jerry. I like that.
Although I think you guys are all seeing this in reverse.
No, we see it. No, that's good. And big ups to Brandon Del Shai for making the shirt, collaborating with Gary Fortin, the president, on the. Brandon would be mad if I didn't give him credit. So.
Where is he? Is he working today?
Brandon, no, I think he's constantly like not working. Like I think he's got the day off. I think he has like the past 3 weeks off. I don't know what's going on. The common man here in the office, I'm doing my job. I'm working, working like a dog. Brandon, I think, has been off for like the past 2.5 weeks. He's got vacation time out the wazoo, John. Don't you worry about it.
Good. I don't want him to get stressed out. I know he's got some young kids at home.
Oh,
So
don't
did
you
he pull
worry
the
about
trigger?
it.
Did he buy his tickets for Pittsburgh yet?
No, but we're getting there. I got to book the flights, and then we're gonna get the hotels. I think the tickets you can't buy them until like March or April.
Yeah.
Very good. In Discord is now your promo shot for the t-shirt, so you can make some more sales.
There you go. See, that's what happens, John. You have to shame people into doing what you want. That's how I've always been successful.
No, it just means I'm going to have to drink some heavier stuff to keep myself warm if I'm going to stay in the t-shirt. None of this 4.8% black lager. I'm going to have to pop up the ABV a bit. Okay, I'm done being shamed. You under-promised and over-delivered, Jerry. Don't worry about Well, you know what? That is like the story of my membership.
Hey, listen. You put in more than you think, buddy. You can put your sweatshirt back on and get back to your old man rocking. You're good. Who am I to talk, Jerry? I'm sitting in a 70-degree office. You know what I'm saying?
So by the end of our match, you'll be to the point of sweat rings because it's so warm.
There have been times where I've turned the heat up to like 80 in this office, and I've had to turn it down because I was sweating. Yeah, that has happened. And then like my coworkers will like knock on my door and they're like, "Do you know who turned the heat up?" I'm like, "No, nope, not me." Even though there's only two of us here, not me.
I'm gonna take a little bit off the bottom and put it up on the top. Oh my God, this is black.
That's the idea.
Smells amazing too.
Has the Churchville crew mashed in yet?
I doubt it. They're probably still grinding their grains.
By hand or what? You got a hammer?
I'm doing the 60-minute hop edition.
I'm doing match number 2.
Yeah,
Nick, did you do the lactose and everything right at 5 minutes? When you did the 5-minute hop edition?
What'd you say?
Did you put the lactose you added when you did the 5-minute hop edition? I think I saw it red. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I can double check the recipe.
I think that's what it said.
Okay, you got the mashing at 167 and holding it at what temperature did you have this hold at? Oh, 156. Awesome. I'm sitting at 156.7.
That was the mash temp that we used?
Yeah.
That's what it says, according to this nice printout.
Oh, is it the notes or the recipe?
The recipe. Why? Is that too high?
No, I mean, if that's what the recipe says, use it, but it seems 156 seems a little high. But if that's what the recipe says, I would definitely go with it.
Yeah.
Again, I haven't brewed this beer in over a year, so.
It said mash in at 167 and have it at 156 for 90 minutes.
No, you're right. You're right. Now that I think of it, you're right.
So
Sounds reasonable for an Imperial Stout.
Yeah, no, you're right. Now that I think of it, makes sense.
Oh
So-
boy.
I'm just happy I'm sitting at the right temp of what I was shooting for.
Might be in trouble.
Who might be in trouble?
I might be in trouble.
Why is that?
All my pipe is about full, and I got
Did you have
about
30 pounds of grain inside a
got
10
about
pound?
two. Well, it's only 15 and a half in there right now, which is already kind of maxing it out.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. As soon as I saw the grain bill, I knew that I was not going to be using my mash and boil.
Yeah. No, I might need to drain some liquid off because we are flirting with the edge.
Living on the edge.
Yeah, no kidding. Ugh.
So are you in like a laundry room?
I'm in my basement bathroom that doesn't get used. I'm doing a Burgles brew today.
Attaboy.
Brewing in the bathroom.
I was making the assumption based off of the slatted door that's behind you, which is
Yeah. There's it's very cold out today, so I was like, let's give this a shot. I don't, especially with a double mash, I don't want to spend like 8 hours in my garage today. So
it's all about commitment.
yeah, well, I'm committing down here where it's heated.
I saw they're calling for a high of like 1 degree on Sunday night for the game with Minnesota.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like one of the coldest games ever at Lambeau. Negative
They
20
said like
wind chill.
the real feel is gonna be -7, -8 degrees. I'm like, oh
Yeah, oh god.
The ice
Yeah.
bowl, whatever.
Well, ice bowl is like negative 40
Okay.
wind chill. So doesn't quite hold the candle to that, but I'm glad I'm not going. I'll take my 35 degrees is about where I tap out.
You know, John, can you do me a favor and just stand front and center there? So, I'm going to snap a picture and send it to Bill and Jeff of both of us in our Rising Storm shirts. There we go. So Bill and Jeff, who own Rising Storm, they're fraternity brothers of mine.
Oh, okay.
So
Where'd you guys go?
Geneseo.
Oh, okay.
So I would probably say that I'm a Rising Storm super fan. I have tried every single beer that they've had come out, including the airport exclusive.
I love their stuff.
I think this year, I think it was 84 new ones this year that I tried.
Wow. If you tried the I think it was a barrel aged something they just canned, but they waxed the top of the cans. Have you tried one of those?
It's the Shook Ones Part 2. So they took their Shook Ones recipe and they barrel aged it. I've got a 4-pack at my buddy's house that I got to go pick up, just because we put all our orders in together to make it easier. Yeah. And I tried it off the barrel in August.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
So I have not had it out of the can yet, but everything I'm seeing is that people are just in awe of it. Off the barrel was amazing, and off the top, it was awesome. So Jeff was like, "Hey, I haven't tried this in a couple months. Do you want to try some of this?" And I go,
"Sure."
Yeah. And he pulls out the nail and holds the cup, and then puts the nail back in, sniffs it, takes a little sip, and goes, "Here." And I had probably a 6-ounce pour of it. And I was like, "Thank you very much."
I used to work in Avon, so I used to be down that way a lot more, but I haven't worked down there in like a year and a half. So I haven't gotten down there as much as I used to. So
one of my buddies beer tends for him once a week. And then he's another fraternity brother. And then, Bill and Jeff, they live up in Webster, Penfield.
Yeah. I actually, Bill coaches in the same basketball organization I coach in.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So years ago, we were trading home brews and we were sitting there at the Old Toad and they said, "Hey, Scopel, we need to start a brewery." And I was like, "It's not going to happen unless you find money." Well, they found money.
They did,
So,
right?
You know, that Brew Livingston contest was amazing for them.
Yeah, well, yeah. It helped out a bunch of breweries. I mean, it really kicked off Livingston County, the brewing scene down there. I think.
Yeah, so that was Mortalis and Rising Storm and
Did Battle
Battle
Street win any? Yeah.
and what is it, Silver Lake?
Yeah.
That's the one
Yeah.
that's there. And then there was, I think, one other one. And then like No BS was one of the finalists.
Yeah.
And they still went ahead and went through the plan. And so it's awesome.
Yeah. I know the guys from one of the guys from Sager was in it with the guy who's brewing at Heroes now.
Yep.
But they couldn't find a location down there, I guess.
You know, Rising Storm hit roadblocks at every point that they tried with Geneseo.
Yeah.
Because let's go to school there. They wanted to do it there and be able to have a way to give back to that community. And Geneseo blocked them at every single step, even though the county was supporting it. So that's why they ended up in DR.
And that's
But-
funny. And then now Dublin Corners has one a tasting room right in town.
Yeah. Yep.
You know?
But what you said there was perfect. Is it's a tasting room because you also are not allowed to manufacture on Main Street in Geneseo due to zoning laws.
Well, have you been to that strange design house yet? That new one?
No, I got to
Yes.
get out there to it. I was just
Yeah.
talking with a buddy about that the other day.
Because but I know that's not on Main Street. But they're
They're a
brewing
little
on
bit
site.
outside of town, so that
Oh, okay.
slightly
All right.
different. Yeah, the Rising Storm, they had looked at the car dealership that's out of town, out near the high school. And
Okay.
now let me say, it was a car dealership, so let's think
Right.
about the zoning on that one. And when they tried to go in there, Geneseo said, no, it's zoned residential. And it's like,
It's a car dealership.
no.
No. That's frustrating. Well, I think their location's perfect though.
Oh, it
Where they are
is.
now.
And so that location, that whole building was a woodworking building. The whole back end was a woodworking workshop. And the guy is slowly consolidating. So he's only got the short part of the L now.
Right.
And he's done and retired. He's just selling them everything.
Oh, cool.
So
Are they gonna have like a full kitchen then at some point once they get that more space? Or do they just expand the brewing?
I'm not sure. The food truck's working really well for them.
Yeah.
Which they bought, and at February 2020 is when they got into it.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
What timing,
Right.
But they've got the chef from Ember as a consultant for the food
Okay.
trucks. That's why there's always amazing stuff coming out of that thing.
Yeah. Ember's great. Ember's phenomenal.
So, Burr. It must have been something that everybody jumped off.
I know. Yeah, I can't imagine if the two of us had showed up at Dennis's, that would have been a lot of people trying to brew it there.
Yeah, it was a lot of conversation with the wife on, what do you think? What should I do? And, and it was just, I didn't want to be that guy.
No, I know. Because we were going to go to Neighbors for New Year's Eve, and they're like, wow, you're 5 days up yet. You can still come. And I'm like, if someone got sick, whether it was for me or not, I'd feel terrible. I'm like, so,
Right.
Like you said, in an abundance of caution, the four of my family will stay home and celebrate.
Yeah, that's why we canceled Christmas here at our house.
Yeah.
My sister ended up testing positive, lives in a group home over in Webster. And then, my mom was over there the night before she tested positive. So it was one of those things where I was just like, yeah, Christmas isn't happening here this year.
Yeah. Well, we were going to my mom's for Christmas dinner at like 1 PM, and I, woke up, did presents for the kids, and I was getting ready to jump in the shower, and my wife's like, your voice sounds a little hoarse. You should take a test. I'm like, you think? And she's like, yeah, go ahead and do it. And then like, by the time I got out of the shower, I'm like, oh, that's not good. There's 2 lines there. And I felt, other than that hoarseness, that was all I felt the whole time. I've been working out every day.
See, you did the same thing I did. You tested, went in, took a shower, came out, looked.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but mine only had one. So. But yeah, so no, my wife and I have tested a couple times now over break, just because, with us being teachers and
Yeah.
seeing family and stuff like that, we were like, we're not going to mess around.
Yeah. Well, my brother, sister-in-law, and nephew all have it. My other sister-in-law's got it. I mean, it's like, I can't tell you how many people I know right now that have it.
Yeah.
Which for the most part, we're all vaccinated and boosted, so we're not having really symptoms. Both my sister-in-laws felt pretty crummy, but other than that,
Yeah.
my brother and my nephew were good.
Got his booster and was feeling like crap the next day. And he was like, I'll just test just to see. And he ended up being positive. And that was a couple days after, he went to the Bills game and we had poker that night and everything. And I was just like, oh.
I know. It's like,
Now, 4 out of his 5 family members are all positive. The only one that's not is the one that was positive last Christmas.
I was listening to something last night and they said if you're boosted and then you you've caught it, whatever, if you got this Omicron strain, they said, you should be good for a while now. So I'm like, well, that's good.
Yeah, well, being a teacher, I'm boosted, and I'm sure, that many teachers in that realm are, just because we've got to. We're just
Sure. You're around kids all the time, and
Yep.
Where do you teach, Jerry?
I'm in Palmac,
Okay.
so it's the first school district into Wayne County, right across
Yep.
the Monroe line.
Yep.
And I'm actually on special assignment, so I am now labeled as the instructional network support. So basically, the entire back end I'm in charge of, and if it's electronic and it breaks, that's under me to fix it.
Okay.
But I get to go into the classes and have fun with the kids and do fun
That's
projects, and then be like a grandparent and go, bye.
Bye-bye. See you later.
So. Kind of rainy and drizzly and dreary out there.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, walking out of my garage and walking back in, all I smell is that malt, and I'm like,
I know.
Oh, I missed a phone call. It's probably a
So what-
spam call.
How much? What was your total for the grist? For how many pounds of grain?
I actually followed the recipes spot on as far as
Okay.
volume and everything.
Yeah.
So that's, let's see, that's 16, 18, 3/4, 19, 3/4. So it's basically almost 21 pounds.
Yeah.
So, because that's 24, 32, 36, so that's 2, so that's 18. Yeah, it's just short of 21 pounds.
Yeah. You mashed in over there, Sean?
Yeah,
Nice.
I don't know what to do now. I should just go home for a half hour.
I think it's time to order plates.
Yeah. I can't have any more coffee because I'll be blowing up Dennis's bathroom.
Off of coffee?
It would be my third like this size.
So just fill that up with Mad Dog 2020 instead. You'll be good to go.
And then I'll be sleeping in a schoolhouse.
Dennis's first brew house overnight visitor.
Yeah, it'll be Mrs. Sean at home that will not be happy. We have plans tonight, so worst case, I got to be home by 4. Be fine. Mashing in now. 90-minute mash that puts us at noon. Be done by 2.
Hour boil.
You hope.
It looks good. I can see the wort recirculating through my thing. Looks good already. Dark and delicious.
Yeah, mine was.
Okay, so
Mine was
you got a circulation pump going on yours then?
Yeah, I recirculate during the mash to keep the temperature even.
Yep.
I have that claw hammer, so it sprays down from the lid. It keeps the temperature even throughout the mash.
Right.
Then I'll stir it as I go.
So I took a little bit off and poured it over the top, and I'll probably do that again just when I do a temperature check. But for the most part, I'm just letting it sit in the brew in the bag, and then I will. It's just outside the field of view here. I'll hang it on my pulley to get the most out of it, and also make sure that I squeeze the living daylights out of it with my barbecuing gloves.
I got mine too. I didn't wear my apron today, Nick. I figured I didn't need that ridicule from you.
Oh, that would have been a great screenshot.
Yeah, it's a good call, Sean. I think you made the right choice.
It's a fire. It's made out of old fire hose too. You'd love it.
Oh yeah, that's great. Hey, was it hard to transport the claw hammer?
No, I just grabbed a big tote that I had laying around and put everything in there, all my salts and stuff in a little shoebox container like this. Everything fit right back inside it. All the two hoses. It's just two hoses and the two baskets.
Do you have your chiller with you?
No, because these guys said I'll just use theirs because mine's a plate chiller. So I would have needed a ton of Dennis's water. Yeah. So I'm just going to use theirs like Jerry's got there. They have the same one, the Hydro or Hydra, something or other.
This one is the
cup, Jerry?
It's the Tricoil, so it's the group that broke off. This one's from
The
Cuts
Cut.
Brewing. So I got that from them as a review unit year and a half, 2 years ago.
They said they gave you one for free as a review unit?
Well, I contacted and asked nice.
Damn it. I got to get on my game.
So if you go on my website, I got a full write-up of my review of it and everything. And so the only thing is I've got to actually get the hoses out so I can run it out here because I, of course, cleaned up everything because it's wintertime. So, I'll have to run the hose.
What are you going to run the water on now?
Get your
I'll run it right off the hose spigot on the house. So it'll come up and it'll be like probably about 38, 40 degrees.
All these things that what? I did a brew day. These guys know I recorded it where my water froze on the spigot. So I couldn't use my chiller.
Oh.
So I
not
had
all of
to
us
figure,
have pool water that we can pull out to run through our chiller, but it'll probably chill the batch in
I did it. Well,
and a half
it's
that's
different
flat.
for me because I just started. Right. So I only had
all right, they just got muted again. They are brutal. Like 85 of them talking, and I can't hear Jerry for the life of me.
Oh,
Jerry, you're a soft speaker, and that's not your fault. They got a whole party going on there. Dennis with his beautiful beard, and they're all having a good time.
I think part of it is the microphone. I'm just on a Chromebook out in my garage, so
Gotcha.
if you want, I can go get the lapel mic so we can mic up a little bit better.
I've guilted you enough, my guy. Don't worry, it's all right.
I'm gonna have to go inside soon, anyways, to do a little refill here. It seems my glass has a hole in it.
Are you okay?
My wife just came outside and ridiculed me, so we'll just add that to the list of people who are looking at me and laughing.
Why? What was her gripe?
Well, she was like, how are you doing out here? So, it was
See,
obvious.
that's
that-
caring. That's a great wife right there. That's somebody
Oh,
that
yeah.
cares
Oh,
about
it-
their
it
husband.
was definitely carrying on her tone of voice, but that's okay. I love my wife and she puts up with me, and her
I love
comments,
my- there you go.
you're brewing in the garage and not inside. Awesome.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. The basement brewery over at Exit 12 is really, the wife loves it. I mean, I'll tell you what, there's nothing more she likes than the smell of fresh malt wafting throughout the entire house because, heat rises. So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just,
And I believe my wife refers to it as it smells like the monkey house.
oh, she hates it. Hates it. Can't stand when I brew. Hates it. Like, we'll leave with the kid for the day because of the smell. So, such is life. But now I can go, hey, babe, I'm brewing up some award-winning beers right now. Stop busting my balls.
You got enough medals to show that you're doing that.
That's the move. The only reason why we entered competitions is so I didn't have to hear my wife complain. That was our main motive.
I've in all of my time, I've only entered one competition, and it was just because I was curious to get a review on the beer that I had. I don't know. It's just something that I've never really pushed for.
Competitions?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's tough to, brew on a short timeline. It's stressful to get everything out, and then you got to package it up and send it out. And yeah, it can be frustrating when you're sending out of state, knowing that, the beer can change when it's in the can as opposed to being able to drive and drop it off somewhere.
Right.
And, I'm naturally very competitive, so I don't like to lose. So that's not fun either, is when you lose. I get it.
I totally feel like I'm forgetting something here as I'm looking at my table of all of my different things here. And I'm like, okay, what do I need? I even remembered my pipette for my refractometer.
Yeah, boy.
I suppose I should probably be looking at the Brewtubers thread on Discord as well here. What's the name of our live stream?
Like Zoom room. Dave didn't change it. Dave didn't change it. Dave's a titan of industry when it comes to using the Zoom and everything else. He knows what he's doing. Don't worry about it. Dave's got it all.
So at least 24 people in Rochester do know that there's a Brewtubers brew going on right now, as they've already watched the chug video. So.
Oh, very cool.
But out of 24 views, there's only 4 likes. So I feel like I should be throwing some digital fingers at some people, but that's okay. I'm going to be nice.
Jerry, have you ever brewed over with Billy at his setup?
I have not, but as I said, Billy was my after Christmas partner there multiple years, and so I saw his whole setup before he ended up setting up his brewery, and
it's crazy.
He's got a beautiful setup and a very accepting wife.
Yes, yeah, exactly. She's a saint.
But his basement brewery is probably one of the best that I've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, so he was the one that called me out on the Rochester beer team last night. So I said, I'll get you tomorrow when I'm brewing, and he's like, that's awesome. So I would love to get him in the group just to see what kind of dynamics he adds to it.
Oh God, he's a wild man. Did he post the video from Tryon Tavern when him and another guy chugged a beer? It was probably about 2 months ago. Guy with a big long beard. Aku is his name. We went there after a Uniha meeting for tacos at like 10 o'clock, and it just Billy ended up getting punched in the jaw by a woman at the bar.
How am I not surprised? So I've known Billy since middle school. So, he and it's hilarious. When he moved back to the area, I had said that I was going down to Delaware, and he's like, "Hey, can you stop in at Dewey Beer Company for me?" And I was like, "Sure." And so I popped in there and I said, "So you guys have some beer for Billy?" And the guy who owns the place looks at me and goes, "Do you really want to say that you know Billy?" I said, "Yeah, unfortunately, I've known Billy for many, many years." He goes, "Oh." And I ended up bringing him back basically a full cooler full of crawlers and cans from there.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so I'm in here. So if I search, you said
It probably would have been October, maybe.
Tryon?
Yeah, it probably would have been October.
It wasn't posted as a location. So
I know he videoed it.
well, if he videoed it, definitely went on. So let's see. No, that's a donor's choose. November 9th. Well, the meeting for a Uniha's at the beginning of the month.
Yeah, it's the second Tuesday, so it would have been probably in the first 2 weeks of November or October. I'm guessing it would have been October's meeting.
It's not coming up as Billy Taco. Maybe if I put his posts in order. There's going to be a lot to go through here. Let's see. Go by most recent. No, let's see. So you said October? My God.
I think it would have been October, yeah.
I'm still in November. Hold on.
He chugs a lot of beer, huh?
Yeah. Let's see. There's October. That's his basement brewery. Were you guys at the? Yeah, I got it. You're sipping a dark beer.
Yeah, yep, that's it.
Ran into this handsome Finnish devil. Always a pleasure to chug with this guy. That's awesome. And that's hilarious that I was able to find you. So you were literally right next to him. So I'm sorry.
Did you see the beer Dave was drinking last night? That cannoli one from Stoneyard. Did you try that?
The cannoli one was actually, it was good. It was super sweet.
Super sweet, yeah.
Spot on for a cannoli.
Yeah.
They actually just came out with the Wegmans Ultimate Chocolate Cake.
I've had that.
And then I
Have you
saw
tried that?
I haven't had the chocolate cake one.
That's also very sweet. You know, it's a sipper. I bought a can and split it with four of us, and
Okay.
it was good. It tasted like you're, eating a piece of the Wegmans chocolate cake, really, but I wouldn't want to drink a pint of it.
Yeah. They just came out with Snickerdoodle again today.
Yeah.
And there was something else. Oh,
Yeah,
they just spring oatmeal stout.
Yes. Yep.
So yeah, I was looking at that when I was up at like 5:30 this morning. These are the things that we look up.
Nick, look at what I did. I
What did you do, buddy?
I stole Brian Short Circuit's idea. So now instead of handwriting my labels, I have a little thermal printer that I can put the beer, the name, the ABV, and the can date on.
Look at
So
you.
you have basically a generic overall can label, and then you just print out like an address label type idea?
Yeah, I have this label for all of them, and then right where this is, it used to say, it says date, style, or style, date, ABV, and I was writing it with a Sharpie, but A, it's a pain in the ass, and B, if these are all waterproof, so if you put them in a cooler, they won't run, but the Sharpie would run, then you wouldn't know what kind of fucking beer it was.
That's
sorry,
awesome.
YouTube, I swore again. So
It's a kid show.
I asked Brian, so now I have a label printer too, so I can print my shipping label when I send your beer box. It's,
The dude
like,
could, the dude
My
could have
daughter
his
goes-
own shipping company with all
my
the.
daughter goes, I'll be the Brewtubers hub next time for the experiment. My daughter goes, oh, so now we have a label printer. And I'm like, mind your business. I have a label printer. You don't have anything. Yeah,
So what does the can date say? December 2021. You didn't want to put the day on there.
it's 29. You just can't see it.
That
December
boy.
20. But the
Atta
problem is
boy.
the font I use. I was just playing around. It's called American Brewer. It's a super cool font. Like I was actually considering. I'm making my buddies making me tap handles that say Brookside Brews, and I wanted that font, but it won't do numbers. It's like a stolen font off the internet, so I just have the letters. I don't have
It won't do numbers.
this font. He sent me it. It's a 6-inch long glue handle, tap handle. Are you on your kegerator? Yeah. All right, where mine are.
Did Dave just ask if it's for your kegerator?
Yeah, Dave's
versus a keys.
No, he's just getting tap handles made for the fuck of it. Yes, for his kegerator.
They're going on my bed.
It's,
They're going on my headboard.
We're on YouTube. We're also, you know what I do.
It's a kid show, Nick.
it is a kid show. I apologize.
So I canned these fresh for you, buddy. I'm gonna get your box going this week.
Thank you.
I got these. I got some local brews to send you for you to try out.
I'd rather your beers, buddy. I'm a big, I'm dying to try your stuff. So don't focus so much on the other beers. Get me.
No, I know. I have a few of the. I actually have two versions of the IPA. One that I'd be curious to see. I can't tell the difference besides the ABV, but I'd be curious if you could, because you have a better palate than me. Like it's just one. It's from one batch to the next batch. I actually have a couple of those. I have a few of these. I have a couple sours of my own I'm sending you. And then I got some local stuff I want you that I think you'll like. Now I got the label printer, so we're good to go.
My fridge is starting to get a little low, so that's good.
All right. Well, my plan is to get it out in the mail like Monday, Tuesday next week.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you getting a bigger ammo system? Dave wants to know.
I was thinking about it.
So yes.
I don't know. We have so many. We have so many of them.
Oh, there's so many.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice to do those beers, though. Shut up, Dave. It'd be nice to do those. It would be nice to do those bigger beers. That thing's a unit, though, Sean. That thing is huge.
I'm listening. I'm just stirring here.
It's a big unit. I don't know if I want to be lugging that thing around. So
You're just trying to figure out how to get it by your wife on the credit card.
that's that a boy, Dennis. You know what it's like, buddy.
Oh, heck yeah.
How are things going? All I see are faces and about 10 chins. Where's the brewing setup? How are we looking on the brew?
So we're using my system to heat water up. I'm on natural gas, so it goes up faster. So we are, yeah.
What are you mashing in with, Dennis?
I will mash into my system here in a second. See if he's got. So Scott's got, yeah. Sean's got his here.
Man. Sean, you weren't kidding. You guys have maxed out the space over there.
Oh yeah, we're shoulder to shoulder. Scott's is right here. We're getting ready to put water in his, and Dave's is over on that end, and he's all mashed in. So Sean got done first, then Dave's done. We're gonna get Scott's done, and then mine's gonna go last because I'm on the natural gas. So the boil, I'll catch up on the boil.
Why did Dave commandeer the brew stand? Why isn't Scott, being a prospective member, using the good brew stand? Why is Dave commandeering the wooden brew stand?
Dave can't. Scott can bend over easier than Dave.
Yeah, we make it little.
Oh, nothing. What did Jackass say about me? What'd you say about me? Nothing. He didn't say.
I said it was kind of selfish. You commandeered the brew stand. You didn't give it to Scott, the prospective member of the club. I mean, he's looking into the club. You want to hook him up with that wooden brew stand you got your anvil on?
Worst thing we could do to get him to join the club is put you live
I
on
know.
the internet with him.
Him listening to you talk for an hour, 3 hours.
Listen, I'm a big Scott fan. I'm a big time Scott fan, just so everybody knows. I
Oh,
don't know
yeah,
what
don't
you're
kiss
talking-
his ass now.
I want to know what the hazing when the hazing starts. You know.
when you pay.
Where's the Venmo? What's the Venmo? You probably can't, right?
Are you able to go goatee? They won't let you do that either.
No facial hair whatsoever. Huh?
Pretty standard, bro.
Are you off tomorrow at least, Nick?
Yeah, I get the day off. You know, I'm gonna watch
Doesn't
Cincinnati.
cause
Bama.
pressure. If you get it, it blows past. But you know, watch
Cincinnati lose?
It's probably
Oh, I forgot that's tomorrow.
Cincinnati's gonna win that game.
because like
Are they the early or the late game?
You know, we're the way
The
they
early
make
game,
it,
Michigan's the late game.
like the mask sits here, right?
So it can be a ride.
So as long as you
In fact, at $100 for Cincinnati to win outright, 100 to win 400.
Nice.
Let's see what happens. But yeah, I got the day off tomorrow. Thank God. May start the day off with a couple of bloodies. We'll see. We'll see where the day takes us. I can't tell the club, John, because last time I told the club was on Thanksgiving, and everybody's rooting for me to get hammered in front of my wife. So I got to hide my drinking habits because they were starting to piss me off on Thanksgiving, telling me to drink more,
You never have.
which would have been great. My wife would have loved that. Oh, and by the way, John, yeah, you were one of the reasons why I started chugging my cranberry pale ale. It was after that, John, that I was like, oh, you know, I started really kind of catching a buzz, and I was like, all right, I'm not even sure it's noon at that point. I was like, I think I gotta relax a little bit. I was so pissed at Dave. Every 20 minutes, Dave's going, "Where's Nick? Where's Nick? Where's Nick?" And everyone else that was on the Discord, "Where's Nick?" Fucking killing me.
Well, it started with the apps. The apps conversation was
That's right. Forgot about that. Everybody was all up in arms about my drinking and
Worked
the
up.
apps and everything. I felt like I've never felt more like a monkey in a cage in my life. I felt like everybody was looking at me. Where's Nick? He's not drinking. Where is Nick drinking? Is he napping? Did he get too drunk? Is his wife yelling at him? Where's Nick? Brutal. But it's all right. I love
you
you guys.
want to go dump these grains for me? Come on.
I can't believe you're brewing in your kitchen. I've done that a few times. You should check out some of my older brewing videos.
Yeah.
When I had my Robo Brew, I would lay down in my kitchen. My kitchen was kind of open. We don't have an island, so I would lay down foam matting, and then I would lay down towels, which is not much different than what we do down in the basement. And then I'd have my brewing unit on a chair in the middle of the room, and I'd just be brewing. And I remember people commenting like, "What are you doing? Like, why are you brewing on a wooden floor, you idiot?" Like, dude, I got nowhere else to brew. The basement wasn't finished. We didn't have any way to vent it out. I tried to do the fan thing, where you kind of place a fan over the unit. That doesn't. I felt very awkward about it in the basement.
Yeah.
So, and I was like, you know what? And it's actually a good move because it pushed my wife closer to going just finish the basement.
Do what you want in the basement. Okay.
Finish the basement. The house stinks. You're brewing in the kitchen. You're gonna ruin everything. Just go. Just go in the basement.
That's what I get. My son comes home and he's like, "Dad, it smells. You're brewing, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah."
Dude,
So I
I
got
love
windows
that.
open.
Oh, dude, I love that. Honestly, man, if it didn't ruin the ceilings with mold and everything else, I'd brew with no ventilation. I love the smell of grain. Like, I love it. Like, I love, you ever walk into a brewery, like a small brewery, and they're in the middle of mashing in?
Yeah.
Oh, every now and then, like, that'll happen. Like, before COVID, I'd go with some friends that aren't as, like, they're not homebrew privy.
Yeah.
So, like, we'd walk in and I'd go, they're mashing in. But then when you say that, and I immediately feel like a douchebag. So, you know, they're sitting there going, like, dude, one, I don't know what the fuck mashing in is. Two,
Yeah, right.
like, stop acting like you know it all. You know
Just
what
shut
I mean?
up.
Like, right, shut up. Right.
So we went last Tuesday. My wife and I and another couple went out. We were going out to dinner, so we stopped at the one bar that we go to, brewery, and so the owner's there, and he's like, "Oh, it's our newest Mug Club member." And I look at him like, "What are you talking about?" And then my wife's like, "Merry Christmas." You're so guy ruined it.
Oh, no.
He goes, "Well, your first beer is free tonight." I'm like, "Oh, that's good."
Which,
So
which
did she
Sager.
mean to do that?
nice. You know,
Did
I
what?
would much rather support them than their previous venture.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Were you a Mug Club member, John?
Sager now. I am
Sager.
also on where I work, but Sager is that's the new one.
You guys on Twitter.
Gabriel Yeager just joined.
Getting them involved in the Discord
Officially
we have.
paid
You
member,
guys
Nick.
mass text messaging thing.
Oh, very cool. Awesome. Very, very nice.
That's right. I got
Welcome,
my fun funds to make sure that I cover my next year's membership. I don't want that to lapse.
That's right. You know, even Dave sent me an email reminding me, which was awesome.
I don't know when mine are up.
At least mine's at the end of January, so I got a little bit of time to plan.
Mine's on the 3rd, which makes it even more ridiculous. One, he sent the email, and two, I'm a board member. So he sent the email, and I took a screenshot of it, and I texted him, and I go, "You're an ass."
Well, no, he's just showing you that he's doing his job.
That's right.
That's a good point.
The work right there.
He's a diligent treasurer.
That's a good point.
This is nice. I'm not.
What he didn't say was the link that he sent you was to his personal account, not the group account. Because then he'll say, "What? Nothing ever showed up in the group account."
Oh,
What's wrong,
Martin's
Sean?
going over at the
I'm
pin
just bored
house.
now. Nothing to do. You guys are working like horses over here. I'm just.
Well, you
That's
know,
what
I
happened.
did
You got that-
transfer a second pot worth of liquid from the bottom to the top, but that's about as hoarse as I'm getting right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, you want to welcome Gabriel? He just paid. He just paid. He's now a paying member.
Where is he?
He's in the
Is he on
chat.
here? Oh, in the chat on what? YouTube?
Yes, Sean.
Well, I'm not on YouTube. I'm on the Zoom thing.
I know, but I'm on the YouTube. But you're on video. Can you verbalize welcoming him to the club?
Oh, welcome, Gabriel. Thanks for joining. Sorry,
Well,
Nick's here.
Thanks for joining the degenerates.
We're very excited. And also, what's great about Gabe is, or I call him, well, he's Gabe now. What's great about Gabe is that he's going to be doing YouTube videos on like some really unique things, you know, like old ales and things like that, which is a lot different than what most of the club members are doing. So I'm thinking it's going to bring some big eyes to a lot of eyes to the, not only to his channel, but to the club too. So
Yeah, he was on Discord the other day talking about that.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, I welcomed him then. He joined officially.
he
Awesome.
did. He just did. I think he's going to be a great member for the club in terms of video creation and, you know, Brewtubers, as everybody knows, Brewtubers isn't just for YouTube video, you know, what do they call them? Content creators, but it's always preferable when we get them. So I'm excited to see some of his videos.
I will say from a content creation, I am a big fan of the YouTube shorts now because then you just record it and click to upload it. And, I don't do a banner or anything, but, it makes me feel better that I've at least posted something.
Yeah, honestly, Jerry, I question whether to say this publicly, but the YouTube shorts have gotten us some of our bigger viewer numbers. It's always preferable to have, from my standpoint, it's probably always preferable to have those like videos, like the ones, like myself and some of the other guys, Gary make, but those shorts have been, even though they're only like 30 seconds or a minute or whatever, they've gotten us some huge viewer numbers. So.
And it's really simple and it's really easy. And hey, if it gets more eyes on any of our projects or any of the stuff, that's awesome.
So, I agree with you. Yeah, I think it's a fantastic idea that YouTube, and it'll give us another way to convey value to sponsors. So very, very cool. Yeah, it was Chris Burgles had 2 videos that had just about 800 views each that were YouTube shorts. His videos normally on YouTube probably get 20 to 50 views or whatever. So,
right.
Having those shorts was it saved us this month. I mean, it's huge this month.
Yeah, my the first video I made had 4,000 views and it was a short. Duncan Hop.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's the stuff I like. So, it's also like in that regard, we don't have to rely so heavily on guys like Bitter Reality and Short Circuited, to do like fully produced videos. While I would always want that and appreciate it, I feel bad going and asking. So like having those YouTube shorts bringing in such great numbers is kind of helps that pain point in the process.
Right. What's the guy from Bitter Reality? What's his first name? Dave? No.
Mike.
Is he usually on like the club meetings, the Friday nights when we have them each monthly meeting?
He in the beginning, I think everybody always attends 1 or 2, and then, it's kind of tailed off a little bit as we've gone on. But yeah, he was in the Saison yeast experiment.
Yeah, I saw his videos for that.
Yeah.
What time is it? I got 16 minutes left in my mash.
And those guys have just barely mashed in. So now you're doing, you said you're doing your cooler, Jerry, so you're only doing the 1 mash, right?
Correct.
Let me know what your numbers are. I'm curious.
Yeah.
I think everybody's going to be all over the place a little bit. Everybody's got different efficiencies.
That's okay, because in the end, with it all being mixed, it's going to be, it'll average out probably right to where it should be.
I'm intrigued. I'm just, for my own identification, I'm intrigued to see with all you guys brewing it, where the ABVs separately finish. It's just interesting. So the DeBell experiment, like I was telling you, Jerry, like mine was 9.3 or 9.6. Gary's was 7 point something. Dave's was 8 points or 7 point. Like it was all over the place. And that's,
it was a big change in the efficiency, huh? Or was it?
I don't know. It could be the yeast, utilizing the different yeast. That could be it too. I know that we got great efficiency on our system. So.
Yeah, I was looking at your notes for this recipe, and your mash efficiency was pretty solid.
Yeah, I think we do good with that beer. Like I said, we brewed it quite a few times. So again, though, still didn't get it where I wanted in terms of OG, even though we used all first runnings and 2 different systems. And I think we utilized, I want to say it was upwards of 35 to 50 pounds of grain between the 2 beers, between the cooler and the anvil. I want to say it was anywhere from 35 to 50. And
that's insane.
Yeah, it was a lot of grain. It was a lot of grain. And mind you, also, we weren't, you're recirculating with one system and not with the other.
Right.
But the cooler system's always been good to us. I get upwards of 75 to 80% efficiency on the cooler.
Yeah, with my brew in a bag, usually I'm in the 75 to 80% without even questioning. But like I said, I'm planning on squeezing the living daylights out of this to get every last morsel that I possibly can out of this one.
Are you using sparge water?
I'm not. It's
All
a
first
it's a
running.
full volume mash, and once I hang it, I'll put a separate pot underneath and just collect it that way. And then after it's been sitting there for a while, even when it's still warm, I'll use the barbecue gloves to be able to squeeze the living daylights out of it and just get as much of that sugary goodness out of there as possible.
Yeah, it's a good move. Like I said, I'm intrigued to see where everyone comes in because I know we've had relatively good success overall with that beer. So
yeah, usually with the cooler mashing, I usually lose about 1.5 gallons to 2 gallons to the grains. This is obviously a higher grain bill, so I'm assuming that there's going to be a little bit more, which is why I started higher on my initial volume. I'm thinking that probably I will end up with about 6.5 gallons coming off of this for the boil. And then with the boil off, that'll put me probably about the 5.5, 5.75 for the fermentation.
Oh, so your boil off is like 3/4 gallon or so?
It should be about there. I honestly don't know how much the outdoor temperature is going to play into that because it's obviously cold, but usually in the summertime that's about right.
Gotcha.
So I can say that probably in the wintertime, my measurements of what exactly is going on is not as accurate as the summertime, as I'm more of shaking while I'm doing it when I'm doing it outside in the wintertime.
That's fair.
But that's upstate New York for you. So
That's very fair.
Although I will say this is the first brew time in a long time that I don't have any music playing in the background.
Yeah, us either.
Yeah, I remember when when we started the club kind of was doing like a live brew day. Gary and Brian from Short Circuit had popped on, and I had music playing, and they were like, "You got to shut it off because it sounds like you're talking into a tunnel." I was like, "All right," so I shut it off.
Well,
So
part of it
Dennis has got these 1955 Kenwood speakers right here too.
Well, Kenwood's good stuff, but I just didn't want the stream to get shut down because of copyright issues.
Oh, that's right, live on YouTube. You're always thinking.
You know what? I've streamed a high school graduation before, and we were plugged into the house sound system at the Kodak Theater on the Ridge, and they actually shut down our stream because of the house music that was playing through the system that I wasn't even paying attention to because of copyright issues. And so
that was happening like crazy during during COVID, and people were doing like live DJ sets and all that just to entertain people.
Oh yeah. Well, but the thing is when you have a published stream for a graduation and you've got to change that stream because of copyright issues, that was a pain in the ass because I couldn't figure out why it was shutting down. And then I realized it was the house music in the background. So those bot analytics for YouTube are insanely accurate on things, and so I didn't want to shut us down.
You know what's funny? You say that is I don't know if you've been able to watch my DeBell review videos, but like for Gary's, I don't know where. I never know where my reviews are going. I never know the direction they're moving in until after when I'm editing. So I mentioned something in the beginning of the video about a pitcher I had made custom, which is Phil Jackson, Michael Jordan, and Kobe Bryant. And nice. I said, speaking of Michael Jordan, Gary is the Michael Jordan of homebrewing. And then next thing I know, I'm just adding in clips of Michael Jordan from his documentary. So like, and YouTube didn't flag it, so I was surprised.
Well, hey, that's a win.
I was surprised they didn't flag it at all. They flagged music on me before, but they didn't flag those clips of Michael Jordan talking. So.
Uh-oh, John's got somebody in the kitchen.
Yeah,
he's got the doctor's mask done.
Is Holko looking in your window? I don't know how bad Monroe County is, but Erie County is crazy.
In terms of what?
The COVID or like the rules. Like we're going out tonight to see a band, to see a Doing Pianos band, and they had this place declared themselves a vaccine zone, so you have to show your card, so you don't have to wear a mask inside, but they're crazy about it back home.
I guess it depends on where you go.
Yeah.
You know, if you go to John's house, that's a mask zone, apparently.
I guess so.
I am getting.
Oh, I got mine.
Great. Well, here's my sample right here, bro. I don't know what your temperature is.
You have to change the temperatures on your thing?
No, it's a temperature.
Okay, so I said Sean used it. Mine has to be chilled.
Man, that's so fancy. This guy's got all this fancy stuff, Nick.
That's definitely something I want to.
That's, I mean, all the more reason to have him in the club.
Yeah.
What are you sitting at?
Still regulating, but 5.5, which is exactly
that first running.
Would be the first. It's still in the 5.4. Be the first time I ever had the pH correct ever. Of course, I might just not know how to read my stupid thing.
5.5's on the high end, but that's all right.
Well, we're at 5.4 now.
Yeah.
5.4 and 5.4, 5.5's within range, so you're good.
Yeah.
Have you gotten any work done today?
Yeah, I have. Don't you worry about it. You're not my boss.
Brew Father was telling me 5.5. Perfect.
Yeah, you guys
It's all
golden.
So I'm thinking that this batch will be the inaugural batch of the tilt hydrometer that I got for Christmas.
Oh, nice. Yeah, just make sure you calibrate it. It'll be good.
Sorry about
super
that.
good.
I got it set to hook up to a Kindle because I don't have a Raspberry Pi yet.
Yeah, I just use mine to an old iPad. I just leave the iPad plugged in the basement.
That's why I figured the Kindle. I had it just sitting there, so I figured why not. So, the Kindle app is free and I have a cheap app. So,
Hey, Chris, how's it going, man?
woo, we got more people.
All right, things are going good. How about y'all?
Good, good. These guys are just freezing their balls off, brewing a nice imperial stout.
No, only some of us are freezing their balls off. Some people are still sitting in their t-shirts, which I could be if I wanted to continue to show off YouTube.
Well, I'm not right. Well,
That's right.
I'll be outdoors in currently 38-degree weather. It's good for me to put a sweatshirt on.
Just so you know, Jerry, Gabe, the newest member, commented in the Discord that he wants to buy some of the merch. So it worked.
Gabe, for $50, you can get this shirt, man. It's got all these emojis on it. It's ready to go. Come on, you got to get one.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
It'll help the
Listen,
club's
Jerry.
bottom line, too.
Jerry, you continue to prove your worth, my guy.
It's the small things.
So where's everyone at in the process for the day?
Let's see. I have, I think 8 minutes left on my mash. John, I think, is mashing out. He's trying to figure out how to unmute himself.
I just did my 0-minute hop edition, so I'm about to pull this batch, get it chilling, and then refill and start my second batch.
Okay,
Oh,
so
double brew day.
over at Dennis's house, just mashed in. they were slow as hell with grinding their grain. No, actually, Dennis was the last one on that. I think the other guys had already started. So for the most part, we're still on the mash portion, but you know, John's an overachiever, and all of the rest of us are slackers.
Those guys start at 9 a.m. too, and on a double.
I got to brew
On a
twice.
double batch, Chris. I mean, they're going to be there for. They're doing a 90-minute mash, double mash. They're doing I think it's a 90-minute boil on the recipe too. Starting at 9 a.m. They're going to be there until like 8:30 at night. They're going to be there all day.
Yeah.
Sean's like, I got to leave. I have something to do at 4. Brother, you are not leaving at 4. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, we will.
Minute boil? I must have missed that in the 4 pages of extra notes on it, the fact that it's a 90-minute boil.
Well, listen, Jerry, attention to detail, all right?
It is.
It's on. Oh, yeah, Jerry. It's on. It's in chapter 6, page 14 of the notes.
Oh, I only brought out pages 2 through 8 with me.
I ran out of ink in my printer trying to print the recipe. So Nick, because I'm impatient, I'm at 1066 halfway through the mash.
Okay.
And I think these are going to be skewed numbers though, because I pulled off 8 pounds of grain, so that, you know, I'm not being able to do all that calculations, but.
So that 1066 isn't even on, that 1066 is only on your claw hammer?
Yeah, just mine, yeah.
So,
but I'm saying, but it's also.
My pH is 5.2.
I can't hear him. I can't hear
Dave's
Dave.
pH is at 5.2.
That's fine. Yeah.
See, that's what I
5.2
didn't.
to 5.5.
Yeah.
So 1066, that's probably, I mean, a half hour in, that's probably what it is. You might go up a few more points, but.
Right, yeah. But also, again, I pulled 8 pounds of grains out to mash in the cooler. So that, you know, the 1088 on Brewfather was based on a full volume.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy.
I think
with
you're
it.
good
In
start.
shape.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good start.
It's actually probably closer to 1070, actually, now that the foam's down. No, it is. Yeah. See, Dave?
And how many points do you usually get on your boil, do you think?
I do pretty well usually, especially because it's not cold. It's warm here today, so I get a pretty decent.
Are you on 240? Or are you going to be on 120 today?
120 still, but it gets going good when you get to, you know, I mean, usually I brew in my basement, it's like 55 degrees. It's actually warmer in here than my basement. So.
All right.
Oh, well, I don't know. Dennis gave it to me. Oh, it's on reverse? Yeah, that's why it wasn't spinning.
Shut up, Dave. He's a bully.
Oh, wow. I just tasted a little bit of the mash that was left in the pot that I transferred in from the bottom to the top. It's got such a great roasty flavor to it.
Yeah. That's one of the things I love about it.
We need to decide what our adjuncts are going to be and what kind of coffee and how much we're going to use.
10 minutes.
So you don't have to use the coffee I use, but I use a pound of each of Pete's Major Dickinson's blends.
We were mashing in, right?
Now, was that ground or was that
whole bean?
Okay.
I had a pound of it whole bean, and usually what I would do is let it sit for. I mean, because it's a different, you know, my beer is a little bit different than what you guys are doing, but I let it sit for like 6 to 8 months on the coffee.
On the bean, wow.
Yeah. There's the first.
Much patience.
No, my beer is a year-long process. So when I did it the first time, we had it on this coffee for so long, it turned the coffee bean to its original color, which is like white.
Wow.
It stripped all the color off the coffee bean.
That's crazy because I've read other places that like they don't like doing more than like a week on coffee bean because you get
Well, yeah, the thing is
like
with
a
us is
green
like,
pepper.
yeah, I think so. Like for us, like we, you know, because I don't know if you know, Chris, they're brewing one of my recipes, but for us, it's because it's such a long process, like 4 months in the barrel. We wanted to maintain that coffee character as much as we could.
Yeah,
I
I
think
can't
the
remember
first
where I
time-
read that though.
John, you got
What'd you
COVID
say?
again?
I think someone's.
Me?
You got COVID again? Is that why you have a mask on in your house?
What were you saying, Chris? I think Chris was in the middle of talking and Dave interrupted him.
No, I don't think I was saying anything.
Oh.
No, that was me. That was Eric. Yeah, I remember reading somewhere that like I don't remember where it was. Could have been Brewtopers or something, but they don't. They only do like a week or so on coffee beans because otherwise they get like a green pepper character out of it. But maybe if you're then throwing it in the barrel for 4 months, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, like we put our latest version in a competition. It scored in like the low to mid 30s, which for us is, I mean, that's not great.
It's not bad.
I think it was like
not bad.
I think it was like a 33. But again, the beer is a year-long process, so it's really changed. We also, like idiots, we also pressure fermented it. So that was dumb because what we did was transfer it into, the SS Brewtech stainless steel that we have that's not pressure fermented. So next time I'll because that beer historically has always been traditionally fermented. So I think that may have added to like taking points off, but I mean the beer itself, I think I still have bottles from when I got married. And the beer itself is fantastic.
Yeah, I have a couple.
Oh yeah, we did
Try it.
Yeah, I should send you a can of it, Jerry, the most recent version. But recently we did a pumpkin coffee milk stout, Brandon and I. Finished at about 6.5 or 6.8%. And we used whole bean pumpkin coffee from like a local supermarket here that kind of makes their own, so to speak. And we had the coffee beans in the keg as it conditioned for 5 days. And we got a huge roast on it. I think Dave has had the beer. So if you ask Dave what he thought, but even just 5 days, it's like a gigantic roast with like a little bit of pumpkin. It came out nice. It was very nice. Don't have any more cans of it. I have my sister-in-law's boyfriend had a can of it. He's not a big craft beer guy, so it's the best beer he's ever had. So like he absolutely loved it. But it's heavy on the roast. Heavy on the roast. So you have to be expecting that when you're drinking it. 'Cause the first time I took a sip, I was like, whoa. So this roast is smashing.
Yeah, you're thinking milk stout. I mean, a little sweeter maybe, but
yeah, it was very. I mean, it did have the sweetness for sure, but it was definitely heavy on the roast.
So with the
that's only
pumpkin,
5 days.
I definitely recommend smoking your pumpkins before you put them in beer.
We didn't. I took it was the pumpkin off the bean. Whatever pumpkin they added on the bean, it's whole bean pumpkin coffee. I didn't add any pumpkins, no like flavoring, nothing. It was just whatever the pumpkin was, and it was nice. It was pleasant. It wasn't. It was like that pumpkin spice flavor, but it wasn't sweet. It was like more of a genuine flavor, like an authentic flavor. It was a little more in the background. It wasn't, the roast really took over for sure. I wish I had more cans of it. We went through it, so I mean, we only, we got a small amount of it.
That means it was a good beer.
Well, that and I didn't put the spunding valve on. Like I didn't put it on tight enough when we were fermenting. So for 3 days, it was fermenting without any blow off. So when I went to figure out what was going on, and I pulled the pin, Krausen went everywhere. So I had to like rush the keg outside. I had to pull the pin on the keg outside. I got drenched in Krausen. We probably lost a good 1.5 gallons just on Krausen. 1.5 gallons, 2 gallons, because I didn't put the spunding valve on tight enough. So that was another reason why we didn't end up with a very great yield. I think we ended up with like 3.25 gallons. which kind of stunk. And that's part of the main reason why we went through it so quick. I think we ended up with like 12 to 14 cans. We didn't end up with very many cans, so it was a good beer. But yeah, to your point, Eric, I mean, that was only coffee for 5 days, you know. So
Yeah.
it was also a really dark roast. The Pete's Major Dickinson's blend is dark, but I don't think it was as dark as that pumpkin roast. So
My boys just walked in just to check on what was going on while they were on their way down to our neighbors to play outside. So, and the comment was, cool.
that's as much as you can hope for.
Yeah.
From a 13 and 14-year-old, yes. Yeah, it's been years since they helped me with brewing. You know, when they were younger, I had them stir a little bit or things like that. But since then, video games has obviously taken over their lives versus helping Dad.
Yeah. Mine don't have the attention span. It's like, I want to help, and then 30 seconds later, I'm done. Thank you for interrupting me. Go play now.
Cheers, boys. Chocolate stout by Scott.
What are the tasting notes?
You broke out your finest glassware, I see.
Yes,
Start
I
with
did.
the nose.
It's Dunkin' Donuts glassware. It's good. It's got a chocolatey aroma to it. Almost got vanilla. Got some banana. Almost got a banana aroma. Actually, it does have a banana aroma, which is interesting.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Making me feel like I got to run down to the cellar and get something else.
Does roll. Or knows that. That could be. That's extra. That could be extra. There was
I mean, it's good.
vodka and
Okay. Tis about that time. I just got the "you're stinky" from my wife.
So are you doing everyone using all-in-one systems essentially?
No, I'm going propane with an 11-gallon pot and a brew in a bag inside a igloo.
What'd you ask, Chris?
I was just seeing if everyone was using those like all-in-one systems. 'Cause I heard Clawhammer earlier.
Yeah, so we got in the brew shed here, we got a claw hammer going, 2 anvils, and then Dennis uses a propane system.
All right, that's a lot of systems going in one spot at one time.
Yeah, that's a lot of power.
Yeah, we discussed that. Dennis has got multiple circuits out here, so we're good.
Well, that's a good thing. That wouldn't work in my house with the cryptocurrency mining going on as well.
I wanted to just hold the temperature now.
I'm doing a pretty good job at maxing out my own circuits.
You got to be freezing your butt off, dude.
It's a little chilly. That's why it's just not the t-shirt, but you know.
It's nice and roasty toasty in the brew shed.
It's going to heat up because I'm going to be firing up the jet engine over here shortly. So
Oh, nice.
That'll help.
I'm just draining off the mash now. And then I'll hang it up to get the last tasty morsels out of it. But this thing is, it's coming out nice and dark.
Yeah, I'll be brewing on Saturday, and I'm not looking forward to the weather. It's supposed to be raining all day, so good thing I'll be in the garage and I can kind of shut the door. But it's going to be.
Yeah, I'm just inside the garage door over there because there's a chance of a little sprinkle, and I didn't want to sit outside. So
Yeah.
But we'll get the camp chair set up eventually here. But right now I'm, as Nick would say, I'm doing the dad dance. Man, there's a boatload of grains in here. Holy cow. I think this might be the biggest grain bill that I've done.
How big is it?
I think it's just short of 21 pounds. So in the past, I would say, I think 18 was my high before. And with that batch where I was trying to push the ABV like there was no tomorrow, I used some dried malt extract at the end. But for straight out grains, this is definitely the most I've used.
For what size batch are you shooting for?
It'll be a 5-gallon at the end.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's see, it was 18 to 19. Actually, I wasn't counting in the oats, so we're just over 21 pounds.
Nice.
Yeah, we've got 24 over here. 24 pounds. All of us have 24 pounds.
So that's not counting in the rice hulls for me, you know.
None of us have rice hulls here either.
Oh, you guys
We all
are
have
used?
bags. We have bags or screens.
Man, so you're really wishing I had come because I would have had my container of rice hulls.
Need them. We don't use them.
Well, I grind mine super thin, so it's good to have that to help with the drainage.
You should, Jerry, you should look at a brew bag.
Well, I've got a brew bag for this one, but I threw in the rice hulls anyway just because of the sheer amount. They want to live in daylights out of it. But even with my mash and boil, I keep the same grind.
You know what? As you go through bins and everything, as you go through it, you kind of. That makes sense.
Yeah, I grind mine to flour basically. Just about. Yeah, and but I've never had a stuck sparge. I got I can't show you because it's in the bottom of my thing, but I have a little rack that the bag sits on top of inside the tube, so it drains better. It's got more. So instead, because I found when I had the bag inside the pipe, the bag would get like sucked into the little holes when it was recirculating, and it wouldn't drain very well. So I have a little. It's a boil or a fryer bottom that's just like wire mesh, so it's a bigger hole, and it lets the bag drain better. But I've never had a stuck sparge. My first sparge in here was 4 pounds of oats, and it was thick, but drained right through.
Yeah, I'm just cleaning out my flask and everything to get my starter going for Saturday. Should be a good time.
So let's see here. Let's do this. Get you guys a little seasick. You can see the nice color coming through on that right now. Going down, it's foaming up pretty decently down there as I'm draining it. So some tastiness going on right there. The smell is amazing, although my wife gave me.
Yeah, disagrees.
That's like a compliment to me, so.
Thing is so freaking full. Whew. We're at 1.115.
What'd you say you were at?
1.115.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
so watch that and he'll go through.
The bad boy.
Line and everything.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, I want to do the reiterative mash, like the efficiency gets all wonky, so I'm glad I'm close to what I expected.
Had to run inside because the sound of the mash tun draining made me feel like I had to take care of some business.
John, you said your first brew's done already and you got 1.1?
No, I don't know who that was that said they had the 1.1. I'm cooling mine down before I throw it in the bucket, the first half.
But you've only done one of your 2 batches, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I got about 8 degrees more before I mash it on the second one. So
Got it.
Okay, I'm gonna be dropping off to eat lunch, but I'll be back.
sounds good.
Or at least I'll listen, turn off the video.
I'm just shifting my setup so I can set up the pulley.
There you go. Yeah, 20 pounds of grain. It's gonna be a little heavy lifting that up. Not with a pulley, but
That's why I installed a pulley here in my garage.
there you go.
So it makes it a lot easier. It also is a great guide for when you're pulling into the garage of how far in you should be pulling.
Perfect.
So, double entendre in the pulley. Interesting, looking at the grain inside the bag. Most of the black malt ended up moving to the outside of the bag.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really weird.
When are you going to be done brewing from the wife? I said, well, I'm just starting the second batch, so I got another good 3.5 hours.
6 at least. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, pro tip for any of you that are at home watching this right now, if you need to prop your mash tun cooler, just find something that's solid and put it on one side so it kind of tips it a little bit. Little citronella candle, you know, nothing like using whatever's around.
I always keep a couple of 2x4s nearby, just in case.
Well, I got those two, but the citronella candle is actually just the perfect height. I was going to have to grab two 2x4s, so and that definitely just sped up my my drainage rate here. So here, I'll give you guys a bird's eye view of that. Turning out really nice, but you can see that black ring of malt on the outside. It's really weird how it all seemed to kind of group together for the most part. I mean, there's some mixed in, but if you look, you can see that black ring big time.
Yeah.
So kind of an interesting little phenomena.
John, Gabriel's asking on YouTube what system you're using.
It's the small gigawatt. That's why I'm doing 2 batches. Because I've been lazy and I haven't gotten around to figuring out the, although I did it yesterday. I messed around with the grain father, so I'm going to hopefully brew a New Zealand Pils on that this weekend.
Here, if you want to see, I've got the same ring going on.
You got the black ring going too.
Yeah, I know, it's right around the outside.
That's
Well,
really weird.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because the husks are smaller.
That's what I was going to say. The darker grains definitely looking like a smaller husk, so I wonder if they just kind of migrate to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, that's my guess, but.
And
This also has.
Yeah, it is mostly dark grain too.
Yeah, well, I backload. There's a lot of dark grain in here, even for like the stout, because I backload all my dark ones into the second mash. So it's a little higher concentration than is typical, even with an imperial stout.
Holy crap, this is heavy.
Get the winch.
Oh, it's coming. I actually got to climb up and loosen it a little bit.
Yeah, that's the benefit. That's the downside I have of not doing this in my garage. It's nice and warm, but I don't have my pulley system for lifting this bag out.
Don't mind me breaking most OSHA rules right now. Okay, got this loosened up so I can get to it. Holy cow, that's heavy.
21 pounds will do that.
So I've got it just draining into the cooler right now just by gravity, but I'll let it sit there for a couple minutes before I start squeezing the living daylights out of it.
Now, how big is your kettle, Jerry? 10 gallon?
I got an
boil
11
kettle? 11.
Bayou Classic. It's one of the I got it from Amazon for like, I don't know, like $80, and it had it's got the bucket that goes on the inside too, if you want to use it as a fryer as well.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I figured I could also use it as the basket as a grain basket if I got a brew bag that went around
Yeah.
it too.
Sure.
My pre-boil volume is going to be just about 6.5, 6 3/4.
Yeah.
Just for clarity purposes, I am going to be dropping in some firm cap when I boil, just so I don't have any boil overs. That's the only deviation I'm doing from the recipe. But I got a feeling if this puppy boils over, it's going to be nasty sticky. So
Yeah. Keep an eye on that one.
mm-hmm. Time to make it go. There's nothing more satisfying than when you're squeezing the bag and you can just hear so much more work coming out. You know, I'm kind of disappointed with myself that I'm not running the smoker while I'm doing this, but you know, wasn't enough pre-planning on that.
Volume.
So out of curiosity, for all of you guys that are sitting out there right now, have you ever gone through a process of rebranding yourself? I'm actually kind of pondering rebranding and changing up the site name, moving away from all the crap that I get for my site name, because I was looking at SEO values versus, name values, but I was thinking of rebranding. Anyone ever done that?
Need to get a first brand before I do that.
Yeah.
Because I was actually thinking of my rebranding, also focusing on the other side project of crypto mining as well. But I will do a much more, or I should say a much different process if I do rebrand for the name this time versus going just through domain names and SEO values. Hey, Chris, good luck. Oh man, this is like super thick motor oil that's coming out of the ball valve now. Just because I'm on to the point of squeezing the living daylights out of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need like a shower after done squeezing mine.
What's our pre-boil gravity supposed to be on this one? Or I should say, what are we targeting?
1093
Pre-boil?
pre-boil.
I was almost there after my first match.
I think the inside of my cooler is stained brown at this point. You know it's good when you're rolling up the sleeves.
Sorry, let's commotion over here. What I was talking about with the, I'm gonna be able to see it if it gets foggy. But oh yep, it's fogging up. Here. Like a little mesh steamer bottom. Steaming up on my camera.
Oh yeah.
So it just gets it so it's off the little holes and doesn't get stuck in there as much. It helps the drain. Fits right in there, like perfect, like a glove.
Okay. I drained off most of it. And so now we're gonna stick this puppy on.
Mess, taking a mess. Yeah. Oh boy.
And we have fire again. There we go. We are heating up right now. Getting ready for the boil. We're right at about 6.5, 6 3/4 gallons. Got a little bit still dripping in from the bag. That's going to be some tasty yumminess that's in the bag. That's going to definitely push the gravity a little bit. Let's get a little reading. .093 okay for a pre-boil? Dave's not even paying attention. Nick's saying screw you.
I think that's exactly what they said.
What do you
right?
want? I'm sorry, I was talking. What do you want, Jerry?
1.093.
Is what pre-boil gravity was.
That's
For the second.
right where I'm at.
Perfect.
So giddy up. Gotta love that. And that'll actually probably go up a little bit when I put what's still dripping in here in there too. You know, that's like a bonus gravity point right there.
Right.
I'm gonna write that down. Let's see. Oh, actually, on the recipe it says 1.083, so I'm a little bit above that.
Yours does?
The PDF that I printed out, it says estimated pre-boil gravity is 1.083, and I'm at 1.093.
Oh, mine's 9.3.
What just happened here? I don't know.
Sean's is 8-inch. It doesn't matter. You're fine. It's all right.
It's fine. Oh yeah. So
all
once we
good.
get that a boil, we'll toss in the firm cap and our first hops edition. Little challenger action. The other thing to let you guys know is I am going to use a hop spider so we can get as much mash or final volume as possible.
Have to work.
Sure.
So since it's not an overly hoppy beer, I don't think that's going to be a problem as far as hop utilization and everything. I just figured I wanted to get as much finished product as possible. God. But the good thing about Amazon coming is, oh, look at that. I got another bag to put a bottle of beer in when shipping.
Or you could just not do that like I do and dent the shit out of all your cans.
You know, it's easy enough to put these off to the side and then I feel like
Yeah, I
I'm
gotta
recycling and
do
help
that.
saving the planet one bag at a time. And the other thing that didn't come in the bag was the it's really interesting. The foam on the top of this batch right liquid is that nice coffee brown, but then everything above it is a absolutely clear milky white. It's crazy.
That's interesting because mine's
What was that?
all the foam on top of mine is like a milk chocolate color.
Ferment cap. Got to drop some of that in there. As soon as I dropped the ferment cap in, all of the white froth disappeared. So now it's just that nice coffee colored froth.
I lost signal for a second, but I was saying before that it's interesting yours is white because mine's like a chocolate, milk chocolate colored brown.
Yeah, it's there now that with the ferment cap, it just totally got rid of all of that white froth. And it's just that nice color now. What's that? My wife just popped her head out of the door and said, "It looks like you have an animal hanging in the garage." And gentlemen, we now have a rolling boil, so time to add some Challenger hops.
You're using propane, right? Today?
Yes,
Okay. Interesting. I got my 120 volts. We'll see how far behind I am. Because we matched out about the same time. So I'm still 190.
Yeah, this thing is absolutely rolling now.
Yeah. What do you expect? Mash and boil.
It smells amazing. So 12. Just checking my time here for my timers. Set a timer for 50 minutes. 50 minutes. Timer set for the next edition.
Jerry, where do you ferment? Do you have a chamber or you just do it?
I just do it in my basement.
Yeah.
Anything that I need to cold crash, I love the wintertime around here because I put it in the garage. But for the most part, it's just right in the basement, and where I do my brewing usually sits right around 60 to 65 degrees.
Yeah.
If I need to keep it heated, I leave it right in the mash and boil usually and set my temperature that way.
Okay.
If I got a higher temperature for the Kvike yeast.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's just whatever I got going down there.
So if you do the Kvike, you just leave it set at say 95 degrees for a week or however long it takes to, because they usually ferment fairly quick.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do is depending on which strain I've got, it's usually set somewhere between 90 and 95 degrees. And,
Okay.
and once in a while, I'll just take a pan off of the bottom and stick it on the top just to kind of move it a little bit.
Okay.
Kind of keep the temperature pretty consistent, but for the most part, with the mash and boil, it's awesome. I mean, you can just set it at whatever temp you want. Also got some of the heater wraps that go around.
Right.
I also have a lagering bag that I use where I put a seed germination pad on the bottom and then one wrapped around the fermenter and then put it inside the insulated bag is the other way I do that if I want real good temperature control.
Okay.
So kind of hodgepodge a little bit here and there, but you know, whatever gets it done.
There you go. I've got a small chest freezer I'll usually use, but I'm going to brew a Pilsner. I want to keep it 55, so I'm just going to throw this in the basement. It should stay right around 65-ish.
Okay. With the chest freezer, you use like an Inkbird for the temp control?
Yeah, it works well.
Yeah, that's probably the next step of where I'll go, but I just haven't figured out the two parts of where I'm going to put it and how I'm going to do with my power consumption because of the crypto miners that are running in the basement as well.
Yeah.
Although I've been thinking about the fact of if I put the fermenter into my office where the crypto miners are running, my office is sitting between 80 and 82 degrees, so I could definitely do a warm brew in there.
There you go.
But my wife is always like, you know, the office is too hot. I go, no, that's exactly what it feels like when you're making money.
What's going on in the brew shed, Dave? He had a, or Sean, that's who it was. What's going on, Sean?
So the business is happening. So I'm on my way to a boil here. Dave's draining. We're draining the cooler. So our cooler came in at what, 1.96? 1.96 for the cooler that we did.
Yeah.
I came in at 1.70. And
You say 7.0?
yeah, but again, it's, you know, mine's not full volume, right? Like I pulled off,
Right.
so I only ended up with 16-ish pounds of grain in my kettle. So you know,
That's pretty solid.
yeah, I think, I mean, again, so now I peeled off a gallon of the cooler wort, put it into my kettle to get to the boil. So
Yeah.
if I check mine, it's already higher, I'm sure.
Sure.
And this is mashing in. Scott's just about done mashing in. Dave's just about done mashing in now. We're on the way.
There you go.
Nobody's killed each other yet. Couple, you know, close calls, but
How many empties are there?
I mean, what?
How many empties are there?
Not only, well, Scott brought a crawler or a growler. I didn't partake yet. I got a functional alcoholic thing that if I have one, I want 10. So
Split the difference.
I'm holding off as long as I can because I can't drink now and drive home in 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go into the basement and grab something for a refill here because I'm starting to get parched. Nobody likes a parched brewmaster.
It is afternoon now, so I might crack one here soon. I'm about halfway through my second mash, so I figure I deserve one. I've earned one by now.
Oh yeah, I'll be right back.
Did you end up having to work yesterday, Sean?
No, I got work tomorrow night into Saturday, so I go in tomorrow at 5 p.m. and work till Saturday 5 p.m.
Okay.
And I work 24 hours on Sunday.
Oof.
8 a.m. to 8 a.m.
Nice.
Sucks. But I didn't work at all over Christmas, so I kind of felt like tomorrow and Saturday are overtime. I kind of felt bad because I didn't work at all over Christmas. So I told the wife, and then they asked me to work all day tomorrow, so it would have been 33 hours straight. I just didn't. I worked 5 gallons out of 6.5. What are you supposed to have? Yeah, that's exactly where I was at. Hold on. So you're supposed to have 3 boil 6.8. So I need to add 2 gallons of about 2 gallons of water. Or 2 gallons out of this. Yeah, I see it.
The actual sample. Yeah. I don't know if you wanted to do that or. Well, smoke's not running. We smoke gas, right? So. No. Oh, it's on off right there. I'm trying to squeeze this. So we're going.
Okay.
Where'd you go with Jerry?
So first of all, to drink, I grabbed a Yingling Personal Porter, but I also got myself a to-go charcuterie board here with some pepperoni, salami, some venison sausage, a couple sesame breadsticks, some Ritz, and some fancy crackers. Oh, and some smoked cheddar. So
There you go.
So I had to class up the joint a little bit, with this high-end snack. So
I like that Yingling. I didn't think it's as chocolatey as, I think you see the label and you're thinking it's going to be really chocolatey. I didn't find it like overly chocolatey.
I think it was more chocolate early on.
Yeah.
The first time that they made it, I think they toned it down a little bit, but
yeah,
it's not a bad drinker.
No.
My sister got me this and a gift certificate to Beers of the World for Christmas, so I figured it was in there and cold, why not? So
here you go, boys. Dark mild.
There we go.
Dennis missed my whole thing about how I'm going to be a good boy and not drink till later. Put this delicious chocolatey looking beer in front of me and it's over. Good.
got a nice boil going. I'm happy. And plus, I had to grab all of these little appetizer-ish stuff before my boys came home from a buddy's house for lunch, because if I didn't, it would be gone.
Yeah.
How old are your boys, Jared?
13 and 14.
Okay. I've got 14 and 11.
So we are both in the stage of, if it's not nailed down, it's being consumed.
Yes.
Because
pretty much.
I'm hungry, Dad. You just ate. You're not hungry.
Constantly hungry. They graze like animals.
Uh-huh. Yeah, my grocery bill definitely shows that they do.
Yes.
Although I thought it was funny, I was yelled at this morning because I ate half of a donut. My mother-in-law sent us 4 donuts from a place out near Buffalo called Paula's Donuts, which is like the Ridge Road Donuts of around here, where they're really fancy, yummy. And well, Dad ate the chocolate-covered cream-filled donut. He ate the other half. Yeah, I hadn't had one yet.
Yeah, right.
Dad should get first pick, not second. I mean, there's got to be some benefits to being king, but
right?
I think my drip is almost over here, coming off the bag. There's not even like a single drip coming every couple seconds, so I might have gotten just about everything out of there that I can.
Oh boy.
What's your volume in the kettle?
Right about 675. There was enough foam where I couldn't see exactly, but that's a close enough measurement for me.
And then what are you fermenting in?
I'll be putting it into a wide mouth bubbler.
Okay.
If it was like, I would have done it right in my mash and boil and just put the distilling lid with the airlock on top.
Yeah.
That's normally what I do, but it just means that, you know, I got to make sure that I time out my brews based off of what I want to get done when I do.
What's available, right?
Yeah. But my other wide mouth bubbler has the coffee and cream stout in it that I got a keg. So that'll actually open up that one. I've got nothing in the glass carboy right now, and I've got two other just regular 6-gallon fermenters that are empty right now. But
Yeah.
you know, time's been busy.
Yeah, right.
I do have one of the fast fermenter conicals as well that doesn't have anything in it right now either.
Yeah. I've got an all-rounder I haven't used that yet.
Oh, love the all-rounder.
I'm looking forward to getting. I might put my New Zealand pills this weekend in it.
Good.
Now the all-rounder allows you to do pressure, right?
Right.
Yep.
You normally just let it build up pressure from the fermentation and then set the spunding at. Or do you put it under pressure right when you put it in?
I let it build. I think most people set it because they want to get it locked in or whatever and make sure it's not leaking. I usually always let it build.
Yeah.
Because like if it's like I can check it 12 hours, 24 hours later, and if it's not holding pressure, I'll futz with it. But I never had a leak. My spunding valve. I used the keg blend, the dual type ones.
Yeah. Okay.
That works great. But yeah, no, I love it. Great. And I do it much higher than most do. Like other guys in the group who pressure ferment usually do around 15 psi.
Yeah.
10 to 15. I'll let it go, keep building until it gets to like 25, 30.
Really?
Why do you do that?
Because that's because at like 65, 70 degrees, that's 2.4 volumes.
Oh, you're trying to get the carbonation.
Yeah, so I'm letting it, because I've never seen any like all my ferments finish out, especially when you let it build and you don't put it on there right away when the yeast is multiplying. So the fermentation will still finish out, but you get all that. Basically, when you're done fermenting, your carb. You just gotta like chill it and let all the CO2 absorb when it's in the keg.
Yeah, you're doing you're naturally carbonating it versus forced carbonating it.
Yep.
I usually I let my pressure build up naturally, and I usually am at that 10 to 15, and then I put it on gas when I keg it. But you're doing essentially the same thing. You're just kegging it early, or you're
saving some gas.
Yeah, saving gas. Yeah, it's free CO2.
But by doing that, how much CO2 do you think you're saving?
I don't know, probably not a lot, but what's the harm?
Yeah, I mean, I would much rather use the natural stuff. I don't have a spunding valve. I guess that would be something else that's on my wish list.
Yeah, those if you're using dual-type for all your, I mean, I am, but if you're not, doesn't really help. But using dual-type for your tubing, it's great. Those little red kegline ones are great.
Yep.
I would just get you can get the dual-type T valve, and then you can get an extra gauge that goes up to 60 psi because the little dials are not particularly accurate, and they only go up to 15 psi. So you get the little gauge. It'll still hold pressure and it'll spun like functionally work the same at higher pressures, but the gauge only goes so high. So I get the big round gauge and it goes to 60 psi.
Okay.
But still, you're all in like $40.
That's the thing I love is all these little add-ons you can do for so cheap. overall.
Yeah. No, it's crazy how cheap all the Kegland stuff is. Like, I know it's not like or fancy, really nice stuff, but like it's so cheap and it gets the job done, right? Like you could spend $600 on a solo or spike solo fermenter or whatever, or you can buy the $60 all rounder. And maybe you have to buy a new one in 3 years, but
You can buy 10 for that price.
yeah, exactly.
You're
Right?
still ahead of the game.
Yeah. It'll be like 25 years before I break even on that spike. Come on, baby. All right, I'll be back.
We just had a major spill.
Boil over?
No, the big dog here couldn't figure out how to unlock the ball valve. So all that hard work right down the drain, literally onto the woodshed floor. So we're gonna be a half gallon short, probably.
In whose batch? His? Dave's?
Well, Ixo, Faxo, all of ours.
Yeah.
I have not.
Somebody's only getting a 4.5 gallon keg when we distribute it then.
Should probably.
You can probably use the mash hydrometer right now.
I'm at 197.
I've got,
Well, tricky to take it.
I got a refract count or refract count if I want to use it, or you good for that?
Well, this is the mash hydrometer.
Oh.
It should be good, right? I mean, you're at just 190, just adjusted.
It's different hydrometers. Oh, Brewing America is the sponsor of ours that's gotten into that. Hey, Catherine.
How are you?
John, this is my wife, Katie.
Nice to meet you. Katie, anytime.
That's
My
my
son
youngest.
Jack and daughter Murphy. Sign around the corner.
Yeah.
I think you need a beard to be in here, though, Sean.
I can't. I know. I said that. I'm not allowed to have beers at work.
But you gotta see.
I never realized. Well, I mean, you gotta know.
I'd have one. Look at all these chins. I'd have the biggest beard I could have.
Firemen can't have beards with a mask. Never knew it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You need us to.
No, we're good. We got the hand. We're all
Big nut.
no, I need to.
So I can tell.
$2.
Oh,
No, I got one of these. I just need.
Went downstairs to check my starter, see how that's going. And even with the stir plate going, you can see a nice layer on top of super clear liquid. And then
Oh, really?
dark, and it is just like cottage cheese. It's just churning. So, but now it's time to empty the grain sack.
Where do you dump yours?
Well, it depends. I mean, sometimes I give some to my buddy's mom who makes dog treats out of them.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I just dump it out in the garden. And sometimes I just pitch it. So it all depends on whatever my mood is or what people need at that point.
I throw out my back. I've got woods behind my house, and I would think the deer would and I've seen a few of them, but squirrels like it.
Yeah,
So
I'm going to toss a little bit of this on the garden today just because it's going to be sitting there and it'll definitely just kind of give some nutrient-rich compost there. Although, I don't know if I can get the right angle on it. What's there now is where it's at because that's all the super thick stuff.
Yeah, right.
Bag this whole time. Man, that stuff was like syrup going in. And you can see the inside of this thing is stained a nice dark brown right now.
Oh, yeah.
There are some spots where it's just like sticky sugar. Just sit there. I almost feel like I should grab some water and just do a little quick rinse of this.
Get it in there.
Take a little extra. In fact, I think I am going to do that because there's just so much yumminess in there right now. Okay, why did the host want to unmute me? I'm using warm water on the side of my mash tun here to try and get some of the sweetness off, and it is not coming off.
You made molasses.
Pretty much. I mean, the water's a nice brown tint of what I just poured in, and it's steaming, but it's still absolutely stuck to the sides.
Oh, geez. I just checked on I poured like my first 2.5 gallons into a kettle, and I got to sit down on my deck, and I just checked the temperature. It's down to like 105 already. So then I'll use my immersion chiller on this batch. So hopefully they'll all be ready to pitch.
Yeah. So mine came in at 1097.
Nice. You done?
Well, no, I mean my pre-boil. Sorry.
Oh, pre-boil. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, you'll be up in that 11 range then.
You can see it's still stuck to the sides there, even with the
No elbow
lids.
grease.
Muted, John. You guys are missing out on great chili made by Dennis's wife.
Oh, I was just asking what you were munching on. Damn.
Chili.
Jerry looks like he could use a little chili. He
Actually,
is a little chilly.
I'm feeling pretty warm right now because I just cranked up the propane burner to get it up to a rolling boil again after dumping the water in.
There you go.
I'm definitely feeling very warm right now.
What could we have done differently to get more volume?
I absolutely opened up the valve on the high pressure propane, and it got up to a rolling boil again really quick.
Real quick, huh? I've never done it with propane. Never brewed with propane.
I started. It would have been 2015. My wife got me one for Christmas.
Yeah.
And it's great for brewing outside, even in the cold for us.
Yeah, sure.
Super well. You know, it's different because you can really dial in the size of your flame to get exactly where you want it to be.
Right.
But I do like the convenience of brewing inside with the electric unit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know, there's a little bit more cleanup with it, with the extra mash tun and stuff like that. But for the most part,
yeah.
Par for the course.
Right. When you're cleaning, you're cleaning.
Yeah. So, and speaking of, it's time to
dump,
empty this bad boy out. I got the bag on it. We're ready to go. For those of you watching at home, this is not OSHA approved to use this 5-gallon bucket as a step stool. Don't try this at home. I'm not a trained professional. Those of you at home, if you're looking to get a pulley system, go to Home Depot. You buy the pulley, you install it into one of the rafters. You buy, this was a 50-foot rope with the carabiner already attached to it, so it's perfect for hooking the straps and brew bag drums. I probably saved 50% of the cost by doing that and buying my own and installing it rather than buying the brew specific ones that they have out there. You know, you gotta just make sure that you're saving as much money as you can. The more money that you save up equipment is more that can go into other equipment or into more ingredients. And then, because it's in your garage and you don't want to have to climb back up to zip it up, you just take that carabiner and you coil the rope, put it in there, let it hang, and it is now a marker when you pull into the garage of how far you can pull in and not hit anything. Thus ends my PSA.
It's amazing. Like with the brewing stuff, medical equipment's the same. I was at a patient's house the other day,
and I was telling them to grab some tennis balls to put on the bottom of their walker so it would glide on their floor. I was at a Rite Aid like 2 days later. They sell 2 tennis balls with slits cut in them for $14, and they call them like a walker, walker glide or something. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
$14.
Yes, unbelievable.
Oh, wow. That is like saucy in there. Even with letting it drain,
Oh, geez.
it's like gel. Yeah, I'm going to toss some of this on the garden. I'll probably invite every small animal in the neighborhood over. But
I know. I was looking to see where I dumped whatever little bit of liquid was in the bottom of my pot. I dumped outside, and I'm like looking to see if my dog's over there licking it.
That's the other thing. Keep your sanitizer in a spray bottle, and you can clean off your hands quite easily. And that's a sack of leftover greens right there. There we go. We just put all those greens in on top of the raised bed garden. I know it's going to invite every pest known to man, but it's also going to give some nice nutrients in there for next year's garden.
John, do they still have the gator ghosts at Witchcraft?
I don't know for sure. I haven't worked in 3 weeks due to COVID scares and having COVID. I'd imagine. Last time I was in Milwaukee, we had a bunch of kegs of it, so I think, yeah.
All right, I gotta stop and get some.
Yeah, definitely.
What is it? Gator ghost?
It's a ghost.
I work at Witchcraft, and they brewed it for the craft beer festival they had at the public market back in August.
Okay.
So he did a Goza, and then he threw in like 2 pounds of Gatorade mix.
Gotcha.
It's pretty good. It almost tastes to me almost like a cider.
How long have you been at Witchcraft?
I started back in June. I work like 1-2 shifts a week.
So you started after Kurt went over to Rising Storm?
Yeah.
Now, did you know that Kurt was one of Dennis's players?
I did. I remember seeing Dennis say that. Yeah.
Makes me smile on how small of a world everything is.
Right?
And I know we talked about this earlier. Was this a 60 or a 90-minute boil?
I thought it was 60. I did a
60.
Yeah.
60.
Nick, I
Mash
know
was
when
60.
Nick was saying 90, I was like, nah, I'm pretty sure it was 60.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I was like, I'm getting close to my next hops edition here. Let's see, this is, oh no, I'm sorry, yeast nutrient.
Yeah.
Then the hops and the lactose. I opened up, so I got a boatload of 1 pound lactose packages through Amazon.
Yeah.
And so I opened up one of the packages and I put in another 8 ounces and there was room in the back. That's how much packing space they had. But 1.5 pounds of lactose is a lot of lactose.
I know. Have you had one of Nick's the beers?
No.
He sent me, so I bought a couple of I think they were Perlick faucet tap heads off him, and so he sent me like 8 beers, and one of them was that. It is really good.
This is the other
I
thing
have one in my house.
having around your brewery. I bought a package of like all these different multi-size plastic clamps. I got it at Harbor Freight, and the pack of like, I want to say 15, 20 of them was cheaper than hell, but these are great for holding brew bags in place. So having those around is always a good thing.
How are they? Are they really strong? Like, would they crush a hose if you're trying to hold like a hose, like a recirculate back in the mash?
What I do when I do it with the hose, I use one of the smaller ones.
Yeah.
And I put the hose through the middle part. So like right now, there's a little bit of pressure on my finger where this isn't coming off, but it's
not
not
much.
a ton.
Okay.
But I put the clamps just wrapped around like the handle of the mash and boil or whatever.
Okay.
It's enough to hold the hose in place, but it doesn't crimp it at all.
Cool. I'll have to try. I got to look at Harbor Freight. I need to get some of those.
Definitely Harbor Freight is the way to go.
Yeah.
Or Big Lots.
Yes.
That's another place.
I got 5 minutes left in mash number 2. Then we crank the heat. How many of you are at a boil, Dave?
Just Sean right now.
Some yeast
I'm
nutrients
probably
just to kind of make sure that it's proper.
probably about 15 minutes away. Scott is a lot further away, probably about 45 minutes away.
Yeah.
And Dennis is getting ready
I'm gonna
to
pull the rest out.
mash out.
Rest out.
Boy, it's a good thing it's at his house if he's that far behind.
No. I was when they started saying the order, I figured that's why they kind of went that way, because I know Sean said he had to get out of there. So Dennis being the gracious host.
And now to set up the immersion chiller.
Problem is I can't afford it.
I don't think they can stop you. Chris.
No,
They
no.
can't penalize you, right?
No, they can't.
You don't have to use your sick time, right?
No,
If you got COVID, you don't have to use your sick time.
I'm not sure how that works now. I think you've got whose bank it comes out of. I think there are some days, but I don't know how many days. But the amount of days that I burn a year because of wear, so I can only carry 206 sick days a year. So after rollover, I can only go 206. I get 26 days, 5 personal days in our contract every year. So you get to a point where you can't.
Yeah, it looks like the same problem.
Yeah, so if let's say I take all my personal days, well, there'd be 26 days that I can't use, and if it's over 206, they're burned. So that's what we were talking about, is that burn it, it's a use it or lose it system.
Right.
Give me $10 a day or $20 a day and don't pay me until retirement. I got to retire with those days. You put it in a separate account or something.
Right.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's what the administrators do, right? They get paid out when they retire.
I can upload 206, but I can't do anything more than the 206.
Right. Mel gets 20 days a year.
But I don't get access to that.
In the district.
Well,
In the district
so-
or as an administrator?
I don't know.
In the district, you've already, you banked that.
I think if they want me to go, though.
But if they
I
want,
don't know if that makes.
they want to be a dick.
If they want to be. Well, you know what? Right now, there's no. I'm thinking.
Right. I mean, who's going to take it, right? Look at the backside.
You're not retiring, right? You're not.
I can go June 2024.
Really?
Yeah. I'm 52.
Tell you, I've seen way too many. The minute I get the opportunity to go, we're gone.
Well, my son said to me last night, he was having the bag. He's like 5. He's like, Dad, he says, I'm telling all the time about how you're stressed. He goes, you gotta retire soon. You promise, he goes, you have to promise me that. Okay.
Once you retire, there's never any extra. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem.
Well, the guy we just hired for a short term. 70. $400 a day.
Is that what he was getting?
$400 a day. So walk around, hey, hey.
Take care of it. Referral here and there.
You know what though? He gave me a $50 gift certificate to the liquor store up in town here.
He knows how to take care of it.
And then he went, and then the families we sponsored, he dropped $100. He goes, I don't shop. He goes, here's $100. Have someone pick up whatever's left. He was throwing money around like crazy.
Yeah.
You got your pension that you're drawing off of. Plus you're doing that.
$500 a day. That's $400 a day.
Yeah.
So I can retire. I could have retired.
East Kent.
Well,
now
you're-
it's-
What do you have to have in system before you're eligible? 20?
Me 20. Yeah. The new guys have to have 20. Actually, no. Now the tier 5 guys have to have 20 also. But I can retire. I could have retired. At,
Just gotta go into you. What do you got
Oh,
for
yeah,
volume?
You got 5 too?
5.
I could have retired at 43, 50%
Of what? Of your
of my best
3
3 years. Not even 3 years, consecutive 36 months.
No, for you as well. Oh. That's nice.
first. But so if I stay, my plan, God willing, is 55, I'll have 32. Gotcha. So I retire at 70% of my consecutive 30%. My next step for me is chief.
Chief's a bump.
Chief's a $10,000 bump. A lot easier on the body because I'm not actually crawling through attics. I'm telling people to crawl through.
Right. You're still at the site, but you're not.
Yeah, I'm just telling someone else to do. You're crawling through attics and shit.
I tell you, I've seen way too many people work, bust their ass, work. 70 years old, right? 75. They retire, and the next year they stroke out.
Yep.
They have a heart attack. They're
crazy.
dead from something. Listen, I know a long time ago, especially with Mel getting cancer twice. They're like, screw this shit. I'm too young for this.
I like working hard. I don't want to So you guys over at Dennis's are going to be
What's that?
froze up.
I heard you say something about being over here.
Jerry, you froze up, bud. There you go. You froze up for a second. What'd you say?
So you guys are going to be taking the chiller water from the pool?
Yeah.
That's
I got a
awesome.
Submersible
Great.
pump.
The outdoors.
Yeah, he's got a pump that goes out of the pool. Yeah.
Is it just kind of like a little aquarium type pump?
Yeah, that's what he said. Just a submersible, like a sump pump.
That's cool.
I see the shit truck out there getting hooked up.
I mean, I'm there.
What does he have?
No, that's section.
Yeah, that's not down as 5.
Yeah,
What's going on there, Mr. Berger?
Help if I can figure out how to unmute myself.
It's a 60-minute.
What's up, Chris?
You know, it's supposed to be working, so you know.
Well, we're all, I'm about more than halfway through my boil. These guys are just getting to the boil.
Yeah, I've been following on YouTube. If I gotta pop in for everyone from boss calls me.
So heat up time coming up from to your mash.
There's Nick.
That's where things. This is where.
Hey, boys.
And I just
What's
missed
up?
my mouth.
Nothing much. What's going on? How is brew day?
We're going. Hold on.
1:30, Sean. Where are you at in the process? You probably gotta leave by about 3:30.
Yeah, I am. I got about a half hour left in the boil.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's it, huh?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I came in at 1097 pre-boil.
Attaboy. That's
So
real good.
Dave's just about to boil. Scott's on his way up. Dennis is a little behind, but obviously, his will get to boil in no time because he's got the gas.
1097. Very nice. That's pre-boil too.
Yeah. Curious.
Attaboy.
And I'm getting ready to fire up the immersion toilet here.
Yeah,
How'd you
Jerry's.
finish, Jerry? How did Jerry finish? Do we know?
I can't remember what he said.
He said he hit the same pre-boil you had on your recipe.
It was 1.093.
There you go. You guys, that's pretty close.
Dave was a little low, but
Yeah, Dave is low though. His system's low. He said as much.
I said he maybe got to adjust some grain crush or something.
Maybe. Excuse me.
When I started, once I bought my own mill and started crushing it myself, that's when I started making. Like
Oh,
I
he doesn't
crush
have
it.
his own mill?
I don't know, but I crush mine almost as fine as I can. Because the claw hammer recommended a double crush.
Mm-hmm.
But
You do a double crush?
not anymore. Now that I lowered it down to just a hair above 0.025. It's almost like cornmeal for crying out loud.
Yeah, I'd just be a little careful. Talk to Gary. Gary mentioned something about crushing the grain too fine and possibly getting like
Stuff mashes
kind
or
of
whatever.
like fake gravity numbers, like gravity numbers that aren't completely accurate.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. We have a whole about it, so I'm not 100% sure.
Almost boiled over there.
Attaboy.
So that's probably, maybe that's why my numbers are so high, because I'm getting fake readings.
Well, I don't want to speak for him. He does a much better job of explaining it than I do.
How was he checking to know that they were off though, that the numbers were elevated?
I think he's done some research.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to speak for him, like I said.
You write it on right on the back, like those bags I had out there. You just write on the side of it and then take it up there. And,
Well, we're gonna hold you to it.
they hit you for 10 cents. Which is stupid. Yeah, and most of the people are like, dumb. Why do you do that? And you're buying the grain. Who cares if you buy it?
Yeah, they're charging extra for their work.
Yeah, and you're not even doing it. You're just charged for using their mill.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they hit you for a 10-cent charge.
Every friend's back on. Nick.
Sweetheart. So you guys have such.
All right, guys. I'm going to get going. Have a good day.
Well, here, Dave wanted to say hi to you, buddy. What's up,
I know. I
Dave?
heard him call me. I heard what he called me, so I'm going to get going. Nice talking to you guys.
You work on that, right?
What's going on? How was your meeting?
It was good. I'm on probation. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, it was that type of meeting?
Top secret probation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would say that would be my next thing for you, Scott, would be if you had your own mill, and You brew anytime you want. Yeah. Yep. You got the grains on hand.
Well, there's quick connects, there's I'd like a little more hose.
There's little things you start buying a little bit at a time now.
Dave, oh, so you said $600? I think it's probably $1,200.
Well, I was trying to be polite.
Not spending your money for you, you know? Yes. So. So you're at 60 now. Actually, this will be good though, that we're, yeah, because of chilling.
Yeah, I'm 30 minutes from that.
All right. We could hook up my chiller for yours going through, because you've got a good sized pot. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
These anvils will need those smaller ones.
Well, the Hydra might, it fits. Remember, we did it in mine 2
Was
years
that,
ago.
okay, was that Scott's that was, okay.
I'm already down to 150 with my chiller.
He's got a tricoil, well, Jerry does.
Oh, nice.
He's the other review out there that I'd seen before I bought mine. Oh, 10 or 15 bucks cheap.
There you go, COVID boy.
Yeah, that's my sixth time with COVID.
6, is that what you said?
This is my sixth time with COVID. So if something happens to me, you know, you're making fun of me, but you know,
What's going to happen to you at this point?
you never know. I'm pretty much a human size experiment at this point.
Next time you get COVID, they're going to start testing your blood. Vaccinated and boosted, and you got COVID 3 times.
Fake COVID.
Oh, fake COVID, Sean says.
Untested, right?
He's,
well, it's not fake, Sean. It's just untested. There's a difference.
Fake Sean.
Who's fake Sean?
We have another fireman in our midst, do we?
The Boyles how long? 60? Yeah. Oh, buddy. Yeah, you go look at mine. I need to come here and brew. This is sweet. That's the best brew in the world. Starting to roll. It's the best idea. I never get that. Good air. This is good mountain air, country air. It's probably warmer here than it is in the basement part of the house, honestly. Probably warmer than shed now. What I'm saying, now's what I'm talking about. You don't drain your hose? I'll rotate it through every now and again so that. Because if I drain it, you know, I need to get prime again. What do you use it for now? Well, we don't need a whirlpool here, but for a whirlpool. But there's a 0 minute hop edition. Well, I know, but I'm saying usually
Yeah, the last hopping is your puddles.
Usually at the 10-minute mark, I run through the plate chiller.
Oh, to
sanitize the plate chiller, and just so you know this you know what is it? 2 cups of water work. It's in the hoses. I every 10 minutes or so. So within, I turn the pump on it. So put a note in for you. 15 minutes left. We got to put the chiller in. Sanitize. All right. So we're getting close. I'm at 25 minutes total. 15 or in 10 minutes. I got to do the next. Yeah. So in 10 minutes, when you drop the next hop, we got to put in. Well, it's the sugar and the.
This is Gary's recipe. This is tap out IPA. I had that there.
Dennis is getting us drunk over here.
Sounds about right.
Gary's president.
Dennis's wife made chili.
Hey, that's
how to make a good hazy. Mosaic. Mosaic and Citron Mosaic.
And then there's also mangoes. that go into it. There is mangoes in it as well.
Oh, I'm getting the mangoes. Definitely smell fucking vanilla.
Don, you be careful, buddy. You gotta drive home in a little bit. I'm worried about you.
2,000 years later. Smells a lot like
He just did a review.
chili.
And he used, what is it, SpongeBob? And he goes in there, 2,000 years. He's
What's
sniffing.
next on the brew day for exit 12?
I think next weekend we're gonna brew a couple beers for a competition.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
So question for you guys that have used liquid fruit extracts before. How much do you use in a 5-gallon batch?
An extract? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a couple bottles of extract from my mother-in-law for Christmas.
Yeah.
How much do you normally use?
Who knows on efficiency where we're at with,
Depends on the beer.
You're not well. You are
All right,
not
relax.
well.
Relax.
Coughing up a
Depending on the
freaking
beer, I use about 20 drops out of a pipette for our blueberry hefe.
crank that now?
So you have to
Wow,
use-
that's a lot less than what I was expecting.
Yeah, it's,
it was almost a hour.
I've seen it's not much at all.
Drop that in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's relative.
Wait around here. I'll get this guy set
I'm
up.
thinking I'm gonna drop some into my next shower to kind of change it up a little bit.
I order a couple of hot boxes that Yakima Valley sells. This, every time they send you a little gift. This was the gift in the last one.
Yeah, it's nice for measuring out.
The water coming through my chiller now is the same temperature as tap water. It's amazing.
Way low again, Nick.
What's up?
I was way low again.
Yeah, Sean was telling me. How low?
What'd you come in?
1075.
All right. I mean, that's not bad. That's still all right. Is that pre-boil?
Yeah, pre-boil.
All right. That's not too bad. You should, hopefully make up some of that with the boil itself. So.
We're gonna find out every other time I've gone down. Remember?
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. You're not.
No,
There's something wrong. Whether it's the equipment you're using or something, that doesn't. That was same thing that used to happen to me. That there's something wrong with the equipment. It's not the beer. There's something wrong with either the equipment, the way you're reading it, or something. It was the same thing
Yeah,
that
'cause
I
you're-
felt
I mean, if you're boiling off, you should be making it. It should be stronger. You boil off
every time.
water.
Every
Right.
time.
Right.
Every single time. So there's something wrong with whatever you're measuring with or whatever. It can't be the beer.
I won't say because we're on YouTube what I'm measuring with, but
It rhymes with Ewing.
Oh, you're not using
Fair
Brewing
enough.
American official sponsor. The Brewtubers Online Brewers Club.
J.R. Ewing lived in America.
Well, and to Sean's point, Sean mentioned earlier to me that you're still milling your grains at the homebrew store like a peon. So you might want to get like
hold
a
on.
grain.
I am not. Hold on.
I said I didn't know if he did.
I
but
am
I said
not
I think
doing
he needs to
that.
adjust his mill.
No,
I have my own mill.
Sean told me you were doing it like an idiot, and I said he's not an idiot. I said don't call Dave an idiot. I said don't
sure
talk
that's
about my
not what
bullfight.
Pretty sure that's not the case.
Well, we have it. It's recorded, so you can go back and look.
Oh well, okay. I'll do that then.
I'm just telling you what your friend said. I'm just trying to stick up for you.
Nick.
Sean, I can't wait to see it. I'm going to cough all over you.
I think you did when we were in Rochester the whole night.
My hair was moving for some reason. No, that was him deeply breathing on the back of your head. He was breathing on that mac and cheese from the other side of the room. We need to talk about some of Dennis's goodies here too.
You guys get any Brewtuber footage?
Electric meter. We got some lug nuts here in case you need them. Never know what you're gonna need for a brew. The Honda armrests. I've been looking for one of them for a long time.
I had to redo mine. The leather was gone.
Got some.
That's why it's woodshed, man.
Got some fuses over here, Nick. You probably need those. Some Becker rod. I don't even know what the hell that is, but.
And the guy invites you over his house.
I'm not picking on him. I'm amazed at all his.
His wife cooks you chili.
I agree.
I feel like Nick, if this is where you have to die, you want to be in here. There's beer, there's grains, there's some kind of critter control thing over there.
The zombie apocalypse, good zombie apocalypse shelter.
Yeah, there's a big giant drill bit you could do for stabbing people.
Well, if we know one thing about Dennis is that he likes to stab people, so you're good to go.
I feel like, oh look, as you say that, look at what I find.
Hey, honestly, if somebody were like, "Did you know that Dennis Pin is like a serial killer?" I'd go, I mean, I get it. Like, I wouldn't be fully surprised.
No, I watched that.
All football coaches, they're serial killers.
I'm just saying, like, especially when he's got the beard growing out.
Nice deal, 8 ounces of.
I have 1.8.
Oh, I don't know. Moment of truth for
I know
your boy.
Yeah, the new guy.
My wife called me Big Mo.
Big Mo. Oh shit. That's too much information.
I actually got a cap here that son got me with just the.
I see Sean's rounding in the form.
What's that, buddy?
I said I see Sean is rounding in the form.
Yeah, oh yeah. Sean's back.
It's actually not Sean. Technically, it's Seanzy.
I was hungover this morning. I had to get hair of the dog.
When Sean's been drinking, he turns into Seanzy.
He's off too. 1060.
Must be that Anvil system sucks. Oh, I mean that Schmanville system sucks. What's
I bet it's that Dave's either not grinding his grains properly or there's something going on.
Hold on, sweetheart.
You're going to be up near 1090.
I know. Dave's right now. Dave's brewing a 5% imperial stout.
I know you can kiss my ass.
So too.
Wow! Whoa! Rude.
1078.
1078. He's at. He's low too.
I'm shaking my head over here. I should have let it boil longer.
Oh, really? Is everyone low?
I came in at
Sean's now low.
104. So I'm off by
5,000. That's not bad.
5,000. Yeah. 6,000. Sorry.
Is chiller yet? Where are you at?
I'm getting there. About 5 minutes.
1078.
But honestly, I'll take a 1.104.
Actually, Jerry, I'm gonna need you to heat that back up and boil for another 30 minutes.
So
I just put away the chiller, so I'm gonna pass.
All right.
that's weird.
All right, smartass. 2 separate mills,
Yeah, that's
both on Anvil systems.
Yeah.
And we're both low. I'm at 1075. He's at 1078.
Who's at 1078?
Scott, the new guy. This
What'd
guy.
you put your efficiency at, or expected efficiency in Brewfather?
Yeah, you got to look at efficiency.
So when I do
68.
Greenville, yeah, well, when I do a Greenville that big, I gotta drop
My
it.
brew house is 68. My mash efficiency is 74.
I drop it down to 62 if I'm doing a beer that big.
Do you?
Well, just don't do as good. Like if I'm doing like a 10-pound grain bill, I can get in the mid 70s. If I'm doing more than that, it goes down pretty quick. And that all in one.
All right. Well, I'll have to try that next.
But if you're doing a uniform, I mean, that might be why the non all in one with the cooler didn't expected, right?
Say that again.
Well, didn't when whoever's using the cooler got right on, like right? Were they pre-boiled?
Well, the difference with that is that it was because of our systems, we couldn't do the full grain bill between the three of us. So we took 2.5 gallons of water from each of us, and then that same ratio of grains we took from each of them. Well, Sean's perfect. He went down.
I mean, maybe it is. I know we're usually low on my system too, so I mean, I get it.
Well, I guess maybe it's the efficiency, and I got to change my profile.
Yeah, the efficiency certainly, but at the same time, you know, to add on to what Eric said, you only have so much space in the all-in-one, so you can lower the efficiency. That's not necessarily going to get you to the 10% or whatever you want to get to.
Yeah.
In fact, lowering the efficiency is probably not going to do that.
Yeah, there's like a curve, right? So like the more grain I add, the lower the efficiency gets. So I just like if I'm doing like this one today, I put it at 62, and I'm even a little low for that. But like I can do a pale ale, and I get 73. Yeah.
Right, right. But you lower the efficiency, Dave, and the more grain you have to add, the more water you have to add, etc. So it's you only have so much space.
Yeah, but that might also explain my volumes coming up low all the time.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I don't know if that's necessarily the case because you're just following the Brewfather software. But you have to have reliable efficiency numbers, you know, brewhouse efficiency, in order to get a good idea where you're at. So yeah.
Right, right.
So to that point, I do agree with Eric. Actually, I agreed with everything Eric said. And I disagreed with.
Yeah, that's like the drawback of the all-in-ones, right? You can't, if you're doing full volume and you're running up against it, you're running out of space eventually, and then you just need to kind of, you know, play with it. And it's not exactly like my equipment profile changes, and I hit I can't, where I don't have any volume left after I add the grain, and then it starts upping the sparge water, but then my efficiency goes down, right? Because I have my ratio of water to grain is off. And the more off it gets, the worse my efficiency gets. So just kind of guess and then hope I get close. You can add some DME if you're way off.
That's true. Yeah. I hate doing that, but you can do it. I'm the way I am, I'm more likely just to say, listen, it is what it is. If anything, maybe if I'm looking for a high ABV beer and it's really low, if anything, what I'll do is boil off more.
Yeah, and like what does it matter to me if I shooting for a 10.5% and it's 9.5? Like, who cares?
Right. Like for me, I would rather be hitting my efficiencies as opposed to my yield. Yeah.
Do you know if they changed the elements in the newer anvils?
I don't.
The newer 10.5s?
But
so
I
would
assume they either.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'd assume they either changed them or added more because it's a bigger unit.
No. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the 10.5. So Scott just got a brand new system. His wife got it for him for Christmas, and we're looking at the two boils, and his is far beyond mine.
Is his button for 240 on in the back of the unit?
He's at 120.
No. But is the button on the back of the unit, you can switch between 240 and 120. Is it switched to 120 or 240?
It's on 120.
Yeah.
I'll send you.
I mean, they
I'll
probably
text you videos. I'll text you videos of the two. You'll be shocked.
wouldn't surprise me. They probably heard loud and clear people were complaining about boil vigor, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, gents, I'm gonna pop out here because I'm gonna do some cleaning and I'll do a quick little YouTube short for the
Thanks, buddy.
the yeast, and just give a
Attaboy.
little quick plug to this fun collaboration. But with that,
Maybe
I'm
shout
gonna
a sponsor while you're at it.
I will. I'll toss in beer and wine again because that's where I got the proper from. Unfortunately, I can't do Imperial because we use White Labs.
That was
Let's
a good
see.
point.
So
That's how
I
I roll
just-
through
I
peer
just-
pressure.
I just did one with Yakima, so I'll post that in the Discord.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll
All
have
right.
to
You look cold,
check
but
and see. I think. Oh, it was Yakima Chief. So that's not us.
oh, Jerry.
Yeah, no, it was Yakima Chief for two of the three hops. So that's not going to help us. So I'll just make sure to do beer, wine. Take care of them. So with that, guys, we'll be talking and I'll be watching the Discord. We'll see you.
Hey, Jerry. Later, Jerry.
Yep.
Nick, I just sent you that video.
All right.
Yes. Because I'm actually waiting for a minute, 'cause I want to be behind them. I don't want to be, then we got two chillers running.
Why am I?
Okay, but it's just the
Oh,
hose
we
and,
only use one.
yeah.
We only use one at a time.
right, pulling out of that, so. That looks like it. I don't know, you want to measure it and see? Or we dump this into the.
Oh.
Dump it. Got it. Yeah, how high up you can go. Huh? Why don't you put it over here and I'll pour it into it.
Whoa. Hot shit.
Watch your mouth, Chauncey.
Where's
Kid show.
1.06, but you got to adjust.
What don't they understand about that? My wife doesn't feel bad about the COVID. She came home with a variety pack from AJ's for me.
5 points to you guys? Right? And you were at what?
10.
90.
Five-minute hop edition going in.
Do we put Whirlfloc in? Does anybody need to? Not in the recipe, okay. I have it here if we need it.
You don't really need to clarify.
I wouldn't think so, but I just,
I don't know.
I wouldn't think so, but I'd ask and see.
Is this your supply hose or is this your drain hose?
That's the drain hose.
All right, so I'm gonna have
Supply
to-
is right here.
This kind of my discharge.
So, yeah, so we can just move them spot to spot.
I have a couple of. I mean, I'm covered up at less than 5. I'm at less than 5.
Okay. So I'll, put up here.
So you're gonna prune your pants and we'll see how quick this thing chills.
Oh, Sean's gonna buy one before.
I've been hanging out, I don't know.
What'd you say, buddy?
Time to just like.
Said Sean's gonna buy one of those before he leaves the house.
He will.
I can't, it doesn't fit my kettle ring.
No, they have one for electric systems.
For the claw hammer?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
I have one at home, just.
Oh, I bet you they do. I bet you it's got legs.
Probably around there.
You wanna dump it into that cooler? Dump it in the mash tun?
Yeah. Like clean it.
Reuse the hot water. Hot water. What we do is I'll rinse it out and then, we got some Dawn soap over there.
Nick, the truth is, I guess I'm just that much better than these guys.
What does that mean? What are
I
you
mean, I hit
talking about?
I hit the numbers,
Yeah. So what do you mean? So what are you referring to? Like I didn't hit my numbers?
No, these guys, not you. Not get over yourself, Nick. I'm not talking about you.
Oh, so you were talking about the guys. Gotcha. I mean,
Like,
you do know your
it's-
system, Johnsy.
Well, I've been frustrated with it for a year, so I'm starting to get it figured out.
Well, that's kind of the thing is there's with new systems, whenever you get a new one, there's a trial and error. And I think you're probably kind of hitting your stride a little bit, which is good.
Yeah, and it's funny because like we talked about before, like the IPA, I brewed it 4 times, and the flavor has been the same every time, but the alcohol has been off. It's driving me nuts. But I know it's because I finally.
What?
I said I think it's finally since I started brewing my own grains, I've been getting it close.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
You see that video yet, Numbnuts?
Oh, dude, I'm working.
Yeah, I see you working hard on.
You don't even see what I'm doing right now. Why is that?
Dude, it's a kid-friendly show. What are you doing? You just call them Numbnuts.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Not bad. Hand up. Life's about taking responsibility, something that I know Dave isn't used to.
That's cool. No, that's mine for 55 now. You want to bring one of those buckets available? I can just like a house or two. Yeah. Well, even the one that might.
Put it right in my whip. And then you can take that.
One more 35 seconds.
Okay.
And I will. We need to keep supply.
Right. Gloves for that.
chiller.
Yeah, so it'll be just about.
You guys clean.
What?
You guys clean. Way to go.
Yeah, so
I didn't hear you. What?
goes through.
I just checked. I threw my tilt and I checked my first half batch came in at 1094. So
That a
And it-
boy.
when I dialed up my recipe, I think my expected was like 1090 or 1091. So
Hey, Dave, you could learn a thing or two.
Kid-friendly show, Nick. Watch it.
I said you could learn a thing or two.
I heard what you said.
I didn't swear.
I didn't say that. My response to you was not going to be kid-friendly.
Oh. Well, that's rude. Yeah. Thanks.
Oh, I don't use this fancy.
Oh, you're
Just
ready
put my
to chill?
flame out edition in.
All right. So just may want to just be careful in case she wants to maybe just kind of.
Use the hops in, well,
Yeah.
chills, why not, right?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
put them in.
No, I'm supposed to make sure good and tight, just kind of.
Make sure we don't spit water on my computer.
Right, that's what I was worried about.
Okay.
Ready?
Okay. Yeah, that's. How to get out that fast? Oh,
It's
this
got
is the,
boiling water going through
this
it.
is the supply that's, no wonder I was holding the wrong end. Thanks, Ashley.
Chauncey just burned his hand on the chiller.
That's about right.
Well, hanging on to the hot side of the chiller.
Protecting your computer.
Especially for a Shanzi that's been drinking.
I mean, I'm basically done now.
Sean, good thing you didn't have any knuckle hair, or else it would have got singed.
I know.
In there.
Us adults that knuckle free, knuckle hair free.
How are we doing on?
Is that it?
What am I going for? I mean, these amateurs are still working, Nick. I'm
I
chilling
know. You're good.
down to
go.
185. Chilling like a
You're
villain.
You're chilling like a villain on penicillin.
That's right. 180, no COVID here.
So what are you gonna get one of those chillers or what?
No. Mine chills fine at home, to be honest with you.
Dude, your plate chiller stinks.
It's 2 feet away from my thing. It works great. You pump it through.
Sean, if we get Jaded as a sponsor, you better believe you're getting yourself a chiller. All right.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they give it to me for free,
No.
I can't spend any more money on brewing, Nick. I mean, I was supposed to be blown away how fast this is draining, and it's just, just crawling along.
Still on, let me.
If I win the inaugural Super Bowl fantasy, I'm gonna look at the Jaded for a chiller.
Who's in the playoffs?
It's me and Lou Brew.
For the championship?
Yeah.
Oh boy, Burgles got upset, huh? Chris Berger got upset.
It's like I told him yesterday. I was like, who the heck knows what's gonna happen with COVID? People try, I forgot who. I think Chris lost somebody because of COVID last week.
Oh wow, so Lou's making a run, huh? Attaboy. I like to see that.
Bucket is.
I haven't. Have you ever used a counterflow? That's what came with that grain father. I haven't.
That's what Sean
Yeah,
uses. I'm sorry, not a counter. He's got a plate chiller, doesn't he? Or he doesn't have a counter. He's got a plate. The plate chiller comes with the claw hammer.
Yeah, it's amazing.
What I do in the winter to cool my beer is I take one of those copper chillers that comes with all-in-ones and I soak it in ice water, and then I connect the hoses to the beer so the beer runs through the coil through the ice.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Takes a long time. You go through a lot of. I probably get 2 or 3 big 5 pound things of ice.
Ice, yeah.
I go through it quick. That's because
I'm basically ready.
the lines in the house are frozen. I
I'm
can't
chilling
use
this.
it.
You get it all the way down, you get all the way down to 70.
So your outside spigot freezes?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Huh.
Oh yeah. I brewed. It was like 25 degrees. I brewed earlier this year, maybe last year. I have a brew day of it, and the thing froze, and I had no idea what to do.
Ugh.
It was awful. I had to transfer the beer to a different rig, and use the chiller with like ice water to cool it down. It was awful.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know with that counterflow. I don't know where I'd have to hook it up. My sink faucet it's like a weird ending. There's no attachment I can hook up cold water to it.
I think you can buy an adapter.
That sanitizer out there? Okay.
That's what my hose or my faucet head looks like.
Rich. Yeah. Smells good. I mean, in the end, like you said, you know, are we disappointed if it's an 8% beer instead of a fucking 11? No.
Hey, language. It's kids show.
Oh. I can't hear because Dave still gets Twitter notifications on his phone. Apparently, he follows everybody because it's bing, bing, bing.
Be careful, Shanzi. He's a popular guy. That one.
Getting down. It's at 98.
Don't go hating on David.
97.
Sean, you gonna be home in time?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You'll have plenty of time.
We'll leave this year. Dave's gonna clean it up for me.
Yeah. Shit in it. I mean, what? Why not?
He's a hell of a guy.
Well, I mean, if Dave was a good friend, he would.
So did you just stop at the one beer, Sean, or did you just sample another one?
I've been having halvesies.
There you go.
I had 3 like half beers.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they were half done.
I might have another. Grown ass man.
If there's one thing I know about Sean, it's that he shows a lot of restraint.
Like Nick on Thanksgiving morning.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh wow, ricochet shot there, huh, John? That's nice. I'll remember that, John. Don't worry about it. John thinks he's immune to getting his balls broken. Well, guess what? He just brought himself in the arena with that comment.
I mean, you two could have the COVID death fight. We could pay-per-view that thing.
The COVID death fight? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Fight to the death.
Well, I feel like both of us are already kind of dying if you think about it, though.
I feel like, look at those triceps. You're dead. Look at John's triceps. He's flexing on you, Nick. Acting like he's getting water. He's showing you that he does skull crushers on the reg.
Hey, just so you know, Sean, just because you lift weights doesn't mean you know how to connect a punch. You understand?
Oh, that's true, right? Yeah, absolutely.
I got that Jewish dad strength. All right.
I was just thinking, if he look at this, look at what he's doing. His sleeves pulled up. He's showing you that he will crush your head with his bicep.
Yeah, Sean, look at this. All right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've had turds bigger than that.
Is that what you said to yourself when I beat you in the slam dunk competition? That's all right.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Is there video of that? I want video of that. Anyone get that on video?
No.
Well, you'll see it in the flesh, brah, come June.
I hope you're training.
I've been practicing crossing over, Nick. It's over.
Oh, so you want to have like a one-on-one? You want to go one-on-one now?
With my left.
I didn't know we were going one-on-one. Is that what you want to do?
Well, I mean, it's a true test. I'm just gonna dunk. I had I had Birkenstocks on. Let's not forget.
Oh God, you're right, Sean.
You're
forgot.
talking about the dunk contest. Because I told him, go back to John's giant arms. I told him that John will squish his skull with his giant arms. And now he had to bring up the dunk contest.
Well,
I gotta go. I'll be back. I gotta go.
Birkenstock.
Look, I'm working on air squats now, Nick.
What's pitch temp for this yeast?
I don't know. It's a good question. Anybody have any guesses what pitch temp is for yeast?
You're at 72 right now.
Excuse me.
Are you gonna pump through?
Just take this one off. Just 60. It's right there. Is it next to his machine? On this or just go? Transferring now. I won't get there. Oh shit. Oh, we gotta be might be above. What's that? That's well, you want to have regular hydrometer now, right? That's what I got. What were you? You were 1098, weren't you? 1097.
All that.
So this is a 1090. That's no way. Yeah, temperature. What's the temperature?
Every time you do it, you learn something new.
This is calibrated at 60.
How'd your volume end up?
1091.
91 final?
Can't be right.
Not starting, would you start at 1097?
Yeah, so it needed to go up.
So either that or the calculation isn't right off of the starting. Did you,
I
you
used
used
a-
your final? So that's down to 60 some odd degrees now?
Yeah.
So now that's
65.
So that's probably the true. And what do they say? Like Brady Instrument says 60 is no correction necessary.
Yeah, I temperature corrected it in the software.
Right.
Is that 5 gallons?
So we're gonna be low on efficiencies then.
He went down.
So that original measurement can't be right then, right?
Using the brewing hardware. Brewer's hardware.
I don't know, man.
What'd you, Dave, you finished at 1095?
No, Sean finished at 1091.
Okay.
Oh, for him, man.
The original measurement.
Well, we temperature corrected that. It was done with the Brewing America mash. No, but you have a point. Yeah. Well, I was just using the same glass. So I'm not crazy, right? That says 1090, right? That's just about, yeah, right? Just don't make any fucking sense. I had a good fucking boil. Well, then we must have done the first reading wrong. Or the temperature correction thing's wrong for Brewfather, which would probably make more sense. Well, regardless, I mean, you know where we're starting, 1091. You've got 1091. Give a tap for this. Yeah. Yeah, it was in there. It's there. Oh, no, no. Hey, match. We need to put more sanitizer. We need to put something in there. Do you use sanitizer or vodka for your on your airlocks?
Sanitizer.
You do? Okay.
And it's probably what's gonna end up happening anyways. I'll probably have a tube on all of them into sanitizer.
I know.
Wake up tomorrow morning and have a mess, no?
Yeah, I don't want Katie to kill us. Shit.
That's me? No, I don't know. What's that?
I think this one I just don't. Petco is the spot that I've seen lately, but that cold brew coffee is a lot of what they.
Not that much.
Is that pump still running?
Yep.
Still there.
$55 is in that plant.
That last two are over 5 inch apart.
Where you at? 30.
I'm got 10 minutes left. I'm just
Sanitize it with
what's that?
sanitize with the sealer in yours.
Yeah. You can hook the light up right now.
What is that? That 6 gallon?
Well, it's fine. A little over 5, which is what I. What you normally get on? Yeah. That's 5 gallons right there on my fingers.
Yeah.
5.3 is what I set all the recipes to shoot for.
Boy, that thing's rolling.
You're good coming here. I was just gonna bring it into rinse, yeah. Well, with the pump off. Oh, yeah, which is fine. You wanna? Go ahead. I just wanna get some. Definitely sweet. Any reason to stir during this? No, because you're essentially your boil is doing that. I mean, you could. Technically, you can cause it to stop your boil. Technically.
Michael, Grandma's going to call you in a second. Answer your phone. Grandma's calling you in a second.
Trick people in the brew house.
Right. not really upset with it if it.
This thing on?
It's you?
No, that's gotta go, take it outside.
Yeah.
Rinse it down. Well, who's gonna finish next?
I think I'm up.
Well,
Yeah.
you're finishing next, or just, I'm at after you.
Oh, then we meet.
Give me 4 minutes and you'll have hot water again.
No, he's got his own. Yeah.
Smells like beer.
What it looks like. Well, this should be our time. Correct what we did wrong.
Well, is this an annual thing then?
That's first annual. First annual. Last year or was it 2 years ago? I don't know about you, but whenever I use my bid now, I always gotta put tape down on top of this. I never had to do that, but I had to, you know what I do is I dampen that. Dampen this? I put like, Carson, it seems to suction down. Okay. You sure this fits? I'm pretty sure. Mine's made to start.
Let's see what else.
It's like her putting it in there now.
Well, just put it, just see if it goes in the top.
Just barely. Yeah, it's just.
You're good. Yeah. But that way you can still use it. Because that thing is gonna be a better chiller than probably what comes with
The other
it.
way.
Oh, yeah, the other one's a piece of shit.
Yeah. I mean, at least you get a chiller with it. I mean, at least it's not terrible with that, but still. All right, I am 24 minutes until. G.
In a minute.
A minute. And that's your, is that your 1 minute till flame out? Okay. Drop it, plug it in, right?
It's already. Well, I'm already dropped.
Yeah, when you
Just
just
gotta plug it in.
sanitize, it always drops it. You're almost, you're at 208, so you're still up above.
Yeah. I like the what? That black reactor, that was. That was my first experiment on it.
everybody says autolysis and stuff causes problems, but I can't taste it. So if it doesn't, you can have a clean up there and transfer oxygen.
Right, yeah, right. Are you good to chill? Is that
I think
the
so.
0-0? Okay. Well, good to go, right? All right, you have hot water cup. This is steam. It's our steam, yeah. Yep. James. Everything's Irish around here. Yeah, a roofing company yet? Yes, Todd. Fritz? Yeah, he's doing roof and window for me. I thought he comes to a couple windows. That is? Well, that's, we had Wonder Windows come in. It's the buy it, and I had problems one night. Imagine. That's it, yeah, twice. $12,000 new windows with Fritz, so it's gonna be 31,000. I make so much market on that shit. And I just look at it, well, I don't need a machine time. I just need a window that's not broken and something that actually moves. You know? Right. I got 4 windows that are actually cracked. Outside, the paint's cracked. Oh. I just use tons of heat stuff out of them. Full silicone on it. When you're doing roof, windows, liner, the pool, yeah, all that stuff at the same time. It's a $60,000. I looked into it, it was gonna be $45. Yeah. I was talking about it. Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Okay.
Where they, where the guys at?
One's done. I think Jerry's done. Or I think John is done.
So I need to load, what do I need to load up? 4, I need to get beer.
So I'm a
I think you got muted.
Hey, boys. Hey, Shawnzy.
What's up?
Not much, bud. How is everything?
We're just kind of cleaning and going, and Dave's final reading here is yeah, 1087. I'd call it 1087.
That's
So
pretty
his
good.
whole bullshit about going backwards is full of shit.
Yeah, well, we knew that. What year's that?
You little shit.
So-
This is a kid's show. This is a kid's show.
Dave's my yeast is pitched. Dave's transferring now. Scott's about to chill. Dennis is still about 10 minutes behind us by design.
What did you finish at?
Was it 1091? So my pre-boil must have been wrong. And now you got me thinking I got to talk to Gary. I wonder what, if that's why I'm getting my pre-boil gravity readings are always off, relatively speaking. Is it because what you said that I'm crushing the grain too fine and it's throwing off those readings, and it shouldn't matter after because the post-boil is what it is, right?
What was your pre-boil gravity?
1097, which is impossible because it didn't go down. There's no way it went down. I had a great boil the whole time.
And you're positive that you're at 1091?
Well, we checked it on two different hydrometers.
All right. And it was 1091 on both?
Yeah. Still,
I would
again,
say-
not bad, right? Like it's
No, 1091 solid.
so that's what I'm saying. I wonder, I'm gonna have to reach out to Gary. I wonder if that's what it is, of what you were saying about if the grain crush throws a false reading pre-boil,
Yeah.
because that explains Dave's problem too.
His looks lighter colored.
Yeah, it certainly could. But Dave actually didn't finish that far off from you, so.
No.
And if his crush is different, then maybe it's not the crush.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what I'm saying, Slappy?
Yep.
I'm just trying to help you, bud.
No, I mean, hey, all in all, it looks like the beer looks like it's going to taste delicious, and
Hopefully you didn't mess up my recipe. Hopefully you did it justice.
I'm sure we made it way better. I mean, Western New York water alone is a perfect start.
Well, Western New York, you said is the perfect start.
Western New York water.
Oh, you guys didn't use distilled. Oh, you're all gross. Using that swamp water for my beer.
I mean, that's EKG is at 5, right?
The nerve, Chauncey.
Swamp water. All right, let's see. Let me fill these in here. 91.
I got to talk to Dennis. That's messed up.
5.5 on that.
No, I gotta have a word with old Denny.
Let's go break up after the flame.
Well, it was a decision. How was I going to transport 9 gallons of or 8 gallons of distilled water here?
What do you mean? You have hands, don't you? This isn't the
They're not
Oregon
hairy.
Trail. This isn't the Oregon Trail where like you only have so many things you can bring. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's not like you're in a horse and buggy, like.
So this fucking thing says my brew house efficiency was 54%. There's no way that's right.
Oh, ew, Sean.
So don't kick off the power. Don't kick off the power. Just kick off the temperature.
Where's Dave?
Right here.
What is Dave doing over there?
I don't know.
Playing with his pud?
Yeah, he's not working, that's for sure.
Well, listen, we know that about Dave.
How can it say my brew house efficiency so low? I don't understand that.
What do you want, butthead?
I'm just asking where you were. I was just thinking about you. Thinking about my boy, that's all.
Love you too, buddy.
Hey, listen,
Lift and drop.
what we do.
Not right now. When it starts to get-
What are your thoughts, buddy?
What do you want?
I'm not talking to you.
I'm not talking to you.
What are you doing tonight, Dave?
I have a meeting at the firehouse at 7 and then drinking.
You're not gonna hang out with Dennis? You're gonna leave him alone?
I have a meeting at the firehouse at 7.
Dude, thank God Brandon and I didn't come today. We would have had no room. We all would have been so stuck in
Oh
that
my
shed.
There was no more room.
That makes me laugh so hard.
You trying to
just grab it?
Oh, yeah, yes. Yep. Go grab it up here. Yeah.
I remember when Dave was inviting me on behalf of everyone else.
Yeah. We would have been fine.
You know who I haven't seen in a while is Dennis.
He's here.
Where's my guy at?
Thought I was your guy.
Well, people don't know this. I'm a big time Dennis fan.
Oh, yeah.
People don't know that about me, Sean.
People don't know it. People don't know what. Nick's
I'm
a big time.
I'm a big time Dennis fan.
Let's see. What is my beer look?
He's looking for.
What are you guys doing for New Year's?
I gotta work.
Oh, dear, that's New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I gotta work New Year's Eve until 7 o'clock New Year's Day. Or 5 o'clock New Year's Day. Just watching your boy Dennis try to get this.
Good Lord, am I?
Stir plate out of here.
Is he struggling?
We were struggling. Usually drags it right over to the side.
Are you gonna pitch the whole thing there, Shawnzy, or are you gonna decant?
This is Dave's.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I feel a catch, but it doesn't. I think it's stuck in that yeast cake, right? Oh, maybe. There it is. You got it. There we go.
Sean, is this your first time meeting Dennis?
Yeah.
You said it.
I can't believe you trusted that maniac over your house without meeting him first.
But you know what's funny is you said it. It's like we've known each other because we've been on Zooms and we talked.
It really is.
As soon as I walked in his garage, I recognized him.
Yeah. It's wild how that. Yeah, we spend so much time talking and chatting that it doesn't even feel weird. Unless you're my wife, where she thought Gary was a murderer. So there's that.
My wife thought you were a murderer too, so.
Yeah, but then I turned out to be pretty funny. She laughed at a lot of my jokes about you.
Actually, she didn't.
Because it was about you, right?
And then I ruined it all, Dave, because I called her Marissa.
Yep.
Yeah, you did.
Fucked up her name.
It's out.
I think I fucked up her name. I messed up her name at least twice.
Yeah, and I got shit.
So there's a magnet.
Good thing I wasn't staying there. She would've choked me.
That goes inside, and you got a stir plate that spins it.
Okay.
You already pitched yours? Yeah. You good?
I'll hold the blow off thingy.
Night.
Yeasties do their yeasties. What is Adele say?
What's the Adele's thing? Yeasties
Eat their feasties? Or?
feasties?
The yeasties do the feasties.
There you go.
So The yeasties do the feces, so that the beer can produce the feces.
Stop sucking back in on you. How are you
Are
doing?
you guys all fermenting under pressure?
No, not at all.
All right,
Per
good.
your instruction.
Yeah, no, it's a good move.
Well,
What do you think, John? Talk to me.
I gotta drive home.
We already.
What are you thinking, Shanzi?
Gotta drive home now.
Are you gonna go home?
Yeah, we're going out tonight.
You're not gonna hang out with the boys?
Oh, we all have lives.
Why aren't you hanging out with the boys?
My wife and I have plans tonight.
You can't tell her like, hey, listen, something came up. The beer's taking a lot longer than normal.
No, I cannot. I cannot.
Listen, I'm not talking to Dave, okay? I'm talking to Shanzi.
I'm speaking as Sean's consigliere. No, he cannot.
Dennis probably invited everyone over.
No, he didn't.
What's that?
He already shook my hand and said, "Nice meeting you."
Yeah. Get the hell out.
I'm blocked in now.
Can't go nowhere. I'm gonna feed him beer before he goes.
Have you guys already cleaned up and everything too?
Well, we're working as we go.
I'd say majority of.
My truck's packed already.
Yeah. I'd say 3/4 of the cleaning's done.
Yeah.
We're actually in pretty good shape.
95.
And when you're ready, I've got.
Man, you guys get done quick. Why does it take Brandon and I so long to do a brew day?
Because you fucking talk too much.
Hey, relax. Don't be mean. We both know that that's not true, firstly.
Dennis is boiling like a motherfucker over here. Oh, I mean, like a
Kid show.
Yeah, I bet you there's not too many people watching on YouTube either.
We have 300 people watching.
Yeah, sure.
You'd be shocked.
Two. Sister 19's online.
What, can I get in there
No.
for a second?
All right. Who are you talking to?
Me?
Yeah.
No one. I'm working.
Where was I post boil? What was my gravity, Sean? 10 what?
It's still sitting there. 1086 or 87.
Oh, Sean's getting an attitude on him. Still
He
sitting.
is. 1086.
86 ain't bad. What is the figure you're gonna finish at? 7%.
No, well, no, this is 4.5%. It can't be right.
No, there's no way. Unless it's saying you're gonna finish at 1045 or something.
Yeah, it says the final gravity is 1052 in the recipe, which is wrong.
You. I hope it is, because that's not something you want.
Who gave you that? My daughter found it. It's like really nice. Bills on it's like a crusher with the embroidered bills on the breast plate right here. Oh, yeah. So I was
A nice check, yeah, just a nice shirt.
I like that a lot. So
I think
is that my chiller in here or is that Dave's chiller?
Dave's chiller.
Yours is out back here.
It is out back. Oh, that's
Do you
right.
want to use?
I'll put mine in and
All right.
Oh, that way you can swap the hoses.
Yeah.
And you can clean the
right. And then that way he's not stuck.
Well, you bought the same one.
And it is. So this is
This is
Customer, right?
Yeah.
So the guy that owns Cuss was a partner at what was it? Jadis Brewing.
Yeah.
And they're that's right. And So he actually owns the patents for this.
Dennis,
He
this
took
is
that with him.
He has, it's right here, these necklaces, I get 4 shoved in there, however hell he did that, it's pretty slick.
Hey, Dave, did you ever put lactose in yours?
Yes.
I don't think we put lactose in there.
No. There's a pound of it. We're off, yeah. Without the boil, what's that gonna do?
Well, it's just sugar.
It's real, isn't that just be the yeast at this point? Gotta get the.
Nick, Scott's gonna go home and sign up tonight.
Hey, that a boy.
How long, Dan?
Only because of us, not you.
Well, no, I know he barely came on camera. I know it's not because of me. I know how you, as much as I hate you, you sell the club pretty well.
Yeah, so that's, so what's that gonna do?
Lower your gravity. Oh, shit.
Turn this. Where did this go?
I don't know
I don't know what I did. So, what else going on?
Nothing. What are you thinking?
I just don't want to drive all the way home.
I mean, trust me, buddy. Nobody knows that more than me.
Getting picked up at 5:15.
How long's your drive? Home.
Hour 10. So you get home and shower and put on my party clothes.
That a boy.
So did you do any work today or no?
Yeah, right. I'm doing work right now.
Oh. I just see
Is that all right? You
a
mind?
desk behind you that doesn't look like it's been used in a while.
No, it hasn't.
I got airlock movement already, buddy. Is that possible?
No, you don't.
It just bubbled.
I know, but it's probably just you had pressure because you transferred. You dumb.
And this is boiling away like a son of a gun over here.
Yeah, I loaded up a long time ago.
There's a fan on one of their places. If you let me in.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys in the fire department that like that. Oh, yours looks so much different. You still on?
Yeah, Nick's. Huh? How come yours looks so much different than mine?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's shaken, not stirred method.
So, did you get an extra for him?
That's right. The hell I did with it? I had it. 5 pounds of it. I cannot find this stuff. That's what I've been looking for.
That's yeast nutrient.
Yeah, no, it's. Downstairs looking in the bar.
about 5 pounds for this thing. I cannot figure out. The old age sucks, you know that? Should I put that one? I think it's I'm trying to think if we put that into your water salts or not. I wonder if we put it not for that.
I don't remember. I don't think so.
No. Put it on the 71.
Yeah, because it's a teaspoon.
Yeah, probably not.
Because I weighed everything that was going in.
Let me get the chiller started here. We'll get this guy. Little cool thing going here.
Should I throw that in?
Yeah, go ahead. Grab a throw a piece in the back. It's in there.
That's a table, right?
Yep.
Can't see that. But this is
that.
So you whirlpooled, the other guys didn't. Is that a big?
Not really, just because I have the ability to. And it helps the chilling as well.
So what am I looking for? A bag or a?
That's yeah, it was a 5 pound bag, and I what the heck I did with it. That's frustrating as all get out because I bought it for this. It's not under this stuff. And look in there. I didn't see it in there. I bought a 5 pound bag for this. That's weird.
What time are you working till?
Probably 5.
Dedicated.
Hey, listen, that's what happens when you love your job. You know what I'm saying?
So where do you think this will get down to?
I mean, with a starter, I don't know, is 020 or lower, maybe.
So if it's 020, it'll come in at 9.2%.
Yeah, I mean, that's respectable. I feel like. No.
Yeah, that's respectful. Sorry, I was reading the comments by Chris in YouTube. Chris says you should try closer to the boil once the wort starts moving around. Take the pre-boil.
That's what I did.
You said that too?
Yeah.
Once right before the boil starts or right as the boil starts.
I mean, that's what I do. I don't know if I said it. But...
All right, Shanzi's getting nervous. He's got to get out of here.
All right, buddy. We'll talk later.
All right, dude. I'll see you later.
All right, sounds good.